Excellencies, we are running behind schedule. May I request you all to please take your seats? Dear colleagues, welcome back. I hope you had a wonderful rest and a good breakfast this morning. Before we move with the adoption of our agenda, I would like to inform you of the outcomes of the third meeting of the Bureau. This morning, we were due to start with the examination of the three cultural properties located in Europe and North America region that were open for discussion yesterday. However, due to some ongoing consultations, the Bureau this morning recommended that we examine these three reports while resuming the plenary this afternoon. Therefore, we will start now with the continuation of the examination of the state of conservation of the natural properties located in Africa and Asia Pacific regions. In case we finish these reports in the morning, we will directly move on to item 7B on the state of conservation of World Heritage properties in the order indicated in the calendar circulated by the Secretariat yesterday evening. Furthermore, as already informed in the Bureau, following a request by the distinguished delegation of Vietnam, the Bureau recommends that all draft decisions for cultural properties located in the Asia Pacific region, which are not open for discussion, be adopted as soon as we open Agenda 7B. If you all agree, we will proceed this way. I see no objections. I also wish to recall that the budget working group will start tomorrow from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. in the Bureau meeting room. Thank you very much. Dear committee members, dear colleagues, I hope you had a pleasant evening. We are now going to resume agenda item 7A on the state of conservation reports of the properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger. I would now like to give the floor to the delegation of Rwanda to present to the committee the reason it requested to open the state of conservation of Nyokolo Koba National Park, Senegal. The distinguished representative of Rwanda, you have the floor, sir. Rwanda, you have the floor. Can you please start? Senegal, you have the floor.
Yes, Chair, thank you. I think there is a misunderstanding because we received an agenda this morning that shows that for Nyokolokoba it's for this afternoon. Maybe I guess for that reason Rwanda is not in place. So I think that needs to be
Thank you,
verified.
Senegal, that you have said the Secretariat shared with you an agenda in which they put Nyokolo in the afternoon. I will give the floor to the Director of the World Heritage Center to respond to you. Mr. Lazar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think this morning at the Bureau, The chairperson informed the bureau that due to some ongoing consultations, because we were supposed to start this morning with the examination of the three cultural properties located in Europe and North America region. And then the chair this morning informed the bureau that due to some ongoing consultations, uh, uh, he proposed to the bureau to have the examination of those properties when we resume the plenary in the afternoon. And the bureau, of course, agreed with his proposal. And the chair also informed the bureau that we will start this morning with the continuation of the examination of the state of conservation of natural properties located in the Africa and the Asia Pacific regions. And I think, and the Bureau agreed, and that's the reason why the chairperson just informed the committee member of the deliberations that was taken during the Bureau this morning. Thank you, chairperson.
Thank you, the distinguished representative of Senegal. As you know, that the chairperson is informed by the secretariat of the consultations that's going on, and then we inform the bureau. So the chairperson was informed that there are consultations going on, and the bureau agreed. It's a bureau decision, but because Rwanda is not in a position to present as of now, either we can stall this and go to the next agenda item and efforts be made by Rwanda to appear as soon as possible. Is that acceptable? All right, thank you. I now invite the director of the World Heritage Center, Mr. Lazar Ilendo Osomo, to read the list of the natural properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in Danger located in the Africa region for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. Mr. Lazar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The following properties located in the Africa regions are proposed for adoption without discussion. Manuvo Gunda Sunfloris National Park, Central African Republic, Mount Nimba Strict Nature Reserve, Cote d'Ivoire and Guinea, the general decision on the World Heritage properties in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Garamba National Park in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Tauzi Biega National Park, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Okapi Wildlife Reserve, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Virunga National Park, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Rainforest of the Tinanana, Madagascar, Air and Tenere Natural Reserves, Niger, and Selous Game Reserve, United Republic of Tanzania. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. If there is no objection from the committee on these state of conservation reports, I declare the decisions read out adopted. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegations would like to express themselves about one of the properties for which we have adopted the decision without discussion. I see none. Okay. Now, observers requesting the floor on item 7A belonging to non-state parties, the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on World Heritage. You are given the floor. I repeat, the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on World Heritage. You are given the floor. If you would like to take the floor for 2 minutes, you have the floor.
Not here, Nazar? Yeah.
All right. They are not here. They have not taken the floor as yet, in spite of reminding 2 times. So there are no more requests for comments or taking the floor. Let's proceed then. I now invite Mr. Lazar Ilendo Osomo, Director of the World Heritage Center, to read the list of the properties of the Asia Pacific region for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Following two properties for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion are tropical rainforest heritage of Sumatra, Indonesia, and East Renel, Solomon Islands. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there is no objection from the committee on this state of conservation report, I declare the decisions read out adopted. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about the property for which we have adopted the decision without discussion. I see no observer state parties wanting to take the floor. I see none. Let's proceed then. Rwanda, are you ready to take the floor on Nyokolo?
Not yet, Mr. President.
All right.
Yeah.
Because
7A is not to be closed, and we will give Rwanda a chance later. Till the time, to save time and for better time management, we will be opening 7B now. Dear colleagues, we are now opening item 7B of our agenda. As for item 7A, we will first discuss the reports concerning cultural properties, followed by mixed and natural properties. The regions will be represented in the same regional order as for the item 7A, subject to the request to move the Asia Pacific region report earlier because of a request made by Vietnam, which we all agreed to. First, we are taking the report of the Asia Pacific region. I now invite Mr. Lazar Ilondo Osomo to read the list of the cultural properties inscribed on the World Heritage List located in the Asia Pacific region for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. Mr. Director, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. The following properties, the following cultural properties located in the Asia Pacific region for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion are Angkor, Cambodia, Kakatiya Rujewara Ramappa Temple, Telanga, India. Gusuku site, you want to pronounce better.
Telangana.
Telangana. I hope I pronounce well. Gusuku site and related properties of the Kingdom of Ryukyu, Japan. Vatpu and associated ancient settlements within the Champasak cultural landscape, Lao People's Democratic Republic. Kathmandu Valley, Nepal. Archaeological ruins at Mohenjo-daro, Pakistan. Historical monuments, Makli, Tata, Pakistan. Royal tombs of the Joseon Dynasty, Republic of Korea. Old town of Dale and its fortifications, Sri Lanka. Itchankala, Uzbekistan, and central sector of the imperial citadel of Thăng Hanoi, Vietnam. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there is no objection from the Committee on the State of Conservation report, I declare the decisions read out as adopted. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about one of the properties for which we have adopted the decision without discussion. Pakistan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to express my gratitude to the committee and secretariat for the support and technical assistance in conservation of archaeology ruins at Mohenjo-daro and historical monuments at Makli Tata. Conservation of World Heritage properties is an undertaking that Pakistan has assumed earnestly. The adopted decision, therefore, will be implemented effectively in close coordination with our provincial and local authorities. Apart from the stipulated reporting, we have maintained avenues of continuous engagement with the World Heritage Center. We will continue with the same spirit to finalize the technical proposal of preservation project of Mohenjo-daro. As mentioned in the submitted reports, cultural and national heritage sites anywhere are at risk from the devastating impacts of natural disasters and climate change. The 2022 floods dented our conservation efforts at Mohenjo-daro and Makli, thereby highlighting the urgent need for enhancing monitoring of the impact of climate change on such heritage sites. We must also ensure that culture is fully integrated into climate action, strategies, and policies to protect our living and non living heritage. Lastly, we look forward to continue working closely with the World Heritage Center, the committee, and the advisory bodies. I thank you.
Thank you. Any other observer state party would like to take the floor? Please raise your name plate. I see none. Let's proceed then. It's okay, Rwanda. You can have 5 more minutes. No problem. No need to rush. I'll carry on with some more items and then give you the floor later. Okay. Now we are going to take in the following order: Europe and North America, Latin America and the Caribbean, Africa, Arab states, and then the natural and mixed properties for the Asia and Pacific regions. For the first property, historic centers of Berat and Giuracastra, Albania, I would like to give the floor to the delegation of Lebanon to present to the committee the reason it requested to open the state of conservation of the historic centers of Berat and Girocastra in Albania. The distinguished representative of Lebanon, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Dear Chairperson, distinguished delegates, the cultural property of historic center of Berat and Girocastra, Albania, have faced several challenges last few years, and among them the bypass road project of Girocastra, originally designed to solve underground infrastructures issue. What has retained our attention is the long and complex journey of this project, submitted first in 2016. The project has benefited of a first technical review from ICOMOS, recommending a substantial revision. After its cancellation announcement in 2019, a second submittal in 2021 by the state party couldn't be evaluated by the World Heritage Center since documents wasn't presented in the official languages. And World Heritage, in its last decision, 44com 7B151, requested the SP to halt the project until the findings of the reactive monitoring missions could be shared. The recommendation of the reactive monitoring mission conducted in December 2021 were positive for the revised design, despite the large implementation, more than 50% of the construction work. However, the mission pointed on the potential visual and negative impacts on the OUV and recommended the implementation of an HIA to identify possible mitigation measures. Committee Decision 45com 7B51 in Riyadh requested again for integrated HIA, but after total completion of works and to include the bypass in a mobility plan. The question we are raising here is for ICOMOS. Since the operation guidelines have integrated the necessity of performing HIA studies, Parat 110 and 100 bis, to prevent and mitigate potential impact on OUV, we notice that the state party of Albania, and most probably many others, is in urgent need of capacity building in the field of HIA. How could have been possible to prevent the implementation of such project in absence of an HIA? Where are the gaps? Language, funding resources, lack of technical expertise, and why to investigate for impact after the total implementation of a project? This could be understood as a precedent to be followed by others. Our objective is not to look for responsibilities in this dossier, but to raise the voice on such growing practices for many properties on the list, allowing the implementation of major projects within properties and buffer zone boundaries without HIA. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now invite Ms. Berta de San Cristobal, Chief of the Europe and North America Unit of the World Heritage Center, and ECOMOS to provide their comments. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Good morning to everyone. The analysis by the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies, as included in their report on the state of conservation of this property, emphasizes the importance of a renewed sense of urgency and increased commitment by the state party and the local management of the property is in place. Hence, the proposal contained in the draft decision before the committee to continue with a 1-year reporting cycle rather than moving to a 2-year cycle. The committee has been highlighting the urgent need for an integrated management plan for this serial property since 2017. A request for international assistance from the World Heritage Fund was approved in 2018. This provided funding as well as technical support from ECOMOS and ECROM to assist the national and local authorities in the integrated management plan. A World Heritage Center ECOMOS ECROM reactive monitoring mission visited the property in 2021 and reported that the completion of the integrated management plan was a matter of urgency. Despite the initial commitment and considerable subsequent work put into the preparation of this plan, the state party has not finalized it. The World Heritage Center considered it essential that the process of updating the draft integrated management plan is resumed on the basis of the recommendations already made by the advisory bodies within the framework of the international assistance from the World Heritage Fund and with the active participation of the local and regional authorities. At its last session, so the first following the reactive monitoring mission, the committee requested the state party to fully implement the recommendations of the mission. With your permission, Mr. Chairperson, my colleague from ECOMOS will comment further aspects that relate more specifically to Lebanon's concern, namely the construction of the Girocastra bypass road, which has now been completed without a heritage impact assessment having been submitted to the center, the incorporation of heritage impact assessment as a legal requirement for development projects and directly into the provisions of the regulations of both Berat and Girocastra, and the conduct of a heritage impact assessment of the cumulative impacts of the development framework called Project for Integrated Urban and Tourism Development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Is of course tied closely to the management plan and development. And ICOMOS has since 2016, through several technical reviews, provided guidance to the state party, as has already been noted, specifically on the Girocastra bypass road project. As also has been noted, the reactive monitoring mission, which visited the property in 2021, reported that by then approximately 50% of the groundwork for the road had been completed and concluded that the project had an impact and a potential impact on the OUV of the property. And that is why it recommended an independent impact assessment. As a matter of urgency, I should add, as stated, the bypass road is now complete, and unfortunately, such an HRA has not been undertaken. The state party in its latest report does indicate its intention to undertake the HRA, however. At this point, I would like to stress that retrospective HRAs should not be the norm, and this case should not be seen as creating any form of precedent. But this is tied in with other aspects, because the mission also reported on the aforementioned Project for Integrated and Urban Tourism Development and recommended that HRAs should be a legal prerequisite for development projects and directly linked to the provisions of the regulations for both Berat and Girocastra. Importantly, the mission also recommended that an impact assessment of the cumulative impacts of the so-called PUITD project and other development projects and its settings should be conducted. So our concern is about more than just the road. The state party reports that it's requested the urgent submission of individual HRAs for the PUITD project, but the cumulative impacts are our concern. When it comes to the interaction, the interface between the PUITD project and the road project, the concern is how the road facilitates, for instance, the tourification of Girocastra and might lead to abandonment of homes due to over-tourism in the property. And therefore, we hope that the mitigation measures coming out of an HAA might address access, vehicular access, tourism, over-tourism, etc. With that, I'm just going to state that we believe that with a view to the urgent conservation needs of the property, a broad mobilization is required to preserve its OUV. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments. No. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-7B.2 concerning this property. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour et bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everybody. We've not received any amendments regarding this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments? I see none. I therefore declare decision 46-7B.2 adopted. Thank you very much. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about this property. I see none. Let's proceed then. We are going to suspend the meeting for 10 minutes for some technical reasons, and we will reconvene after 10 minutes to give the technicians the time to resolve this issue. This meeting is adjourned for 10 minutes.
Yes. Sinazua tumewafuatilia kudara. Ati? Sinazua tumewafuatilia kudara. Tumile. Kairo tufunika twapakako kairo. Sala tungazitendi zatu.
Hello?
I request you all, may kindly take your seats. It's past 3 p.m.
ये नहीं चल रहा ये नहीं चल रहा
Dear committee members, dear colleagues, please take your seats. I hope you had a pleasant extended lunch break. We are now going to resume the examination of our agenda item 7A on the state of conservation reports on the properties inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger. However, before that, I will give the floor for a brief period to the person in charge for the technicalities in this room, the managing director of RailTel, who will explain to you the difficulties that they faced. You have the floor.
Very good afternoon, everyone. Uh, all the dignitaries sitting on the dais and delegates, committee members uh, come to this event. I really apologize for the inconvenience caused due to the unavailability of internet connectivity in this premise, and this has happened due to some unfortunate technical glitch, and our team has identified the same. Some temporary solutions have been provided to the committee members, uh, and rest of the things will be taken care of tonight. And I assure you that tomorrow you will have proper internet connectivity in this hall. Sorry once again, and thank you for bearing with us. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll start now the session with the Niokolo Koba National Park, Senegal. And I would now like to give the floor to the delegation of Rwanda to present to the committee the reason it requested to open the state of conservation of the Niokolo Koba National Park, Senegal. The distinguished representative of Rwanda, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, Mr. Chairman, I wish to thank you for your kind understanding and flexibility further to the inconvenience this morning. Mr. Chairman, thank you for giving us the opportunity to present the amendment. Rwanda has carefully looked at the technical report and wishes to commend the state party and evaluation body for the implementation of the convention. The National Park of Nyokolo Koba has been inscribed on the list of World Heritage in Danger for the past 17 years, 17 long years, after which the very reasons for which these reasons for it being on the list no longer exist. We have commended the state party for the excellent results achieved by the park. Furthermore, it is important to note that the state party submits every year environmental monitoring reports. Mr. Chairman, the committee has raised serious questions regarding the extended period during which the properties remain inscribed on the list of World Heritage in Denmark. Given the significant efforts made by the state party to improve the state of conservation of the site of the property, it's imperative that we review the situation. Since the site has been inscribed on the list of World Heritage in Denmark, the World Heritage Centre, IUCN, and Senegal have all worked on this. Up to this very session of the Committee, pertinent information has been provided, and we've therefore proposed some amendments to the draft decision in order to include the relevant information in order to help the committee to withdraw the property from the World Heritage in Danger. Rwanda is more than satisfied with the answers provided by the state party to the evaluation body. But if we may, Mr. Chair, we also ask that you allow the state party to answer the following question. What has the state party done to fulfill the necessary conditions for withdrawing the property from the list of World Heritage in Danger? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Request to seek answers from the state party has been noted by the center. I will take a pause and make an announcement that today the Secretariat informs me that we will be having an extended session up to 7 p.m. in the evening. In addition to that, the time allocated for the Secretariat to respond or the advisory bodies will be cut down from 6 minutes to 3 minutes each. And now we will continue. I now invite Mr. Guy Debonnet, Chief of the Natural Heritage Unit of the World Heritage Center and IUCN, to provide their comments. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is important to recall that this property is inscribed only under Criterion 10 because of its remarkable diversity of wildlife, unique in the sub-region. The Statement of Outstanding Universal Value specifically mentioned its important mammal populations, including its population of lions, Derby eland, elephant, leopard, African wild dog, and chimpanzee. The property was inscribed on the list of World Heritage in Danger in 2007, following the results of a wildlife inventory conducted in 2006, which showed a dramatic decline of ski species from 1990 to 2006. Populations of hartebeest, buffalo, kop, waterbuck, and roan all had declined by more than 90% compared to the census of 1990. Elephants, which at the time of inscription of the property on the World Heritage List were estimated to number in the hundreds, were not observed during the 2006 survey, and their population was estimated to less than 10 individuals. While the 2024 mission recognizes that the state party recently made important efforts to address the poaching issue by strengthening law enforcement, the data on wildlife provided to the mission by the state party unfortunately do not indicate that wildlife populations are recovering, and for some species the trends continue to be downwards. IUCN will provide some detailed explanations on this. In addition, the Mansadala basalt quarry also remains an issue of concern. We note that the state party in its letter is making a commitment to close the quarry, but it is important that the closure and rehabilitation are effective before the site is removed from the list in danger. The potential impacts on the property of the Sambagalu Dam on the Gambia River, which is currently under construction, further remain an issue of concern. Once the reservoir behind the dam is filled, potential indirect and negative effects are anticipated. For these reasons, the Center and IUCN consider that at this stage, the property should be retained on the list of World Heritage in Danger, so that 4 fundamental conditions which are included in the draft decision can be fully met. IUCN will also further provide some technical explanations. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And in the same vein, IUCN recalls the property was inscribed on the World Heritage in Danger 2007, further to imminent threats on the outstanding universal value, in particular regarding the mammal population, the number of which had declined significantly, and as well as the consequences of the construction project for the Sambangantulu Dam. However, given the decline in the encounter rate, as indicated by the recent state of conservation of the property confirmed by the mission of the WHC IUCN, the situation was even more preoccupying regarding the elephant, and the eland derby has not cited, and no sightings were made for 2023. Thank you.
I would like to know whether there are any comments from the committee members. There was a question posed by Rwanda to the state party of Senegal, which will be given the floor. After all, the committee members have spoken. Kenya, you have the floor, to be followed by Japan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Kenya has taken the note of the tremendous progress made by the state party of Senegal in addressing the corrective measures on the Niokolo Nkoba National Park property. We particularly observe the great efforts made in deploying an integrated operational ecological monitoring plan targeting the species characteristics of the OFU with appropriate technological tools and trained experts for monitoring species trends. Mr. Chairperson, this is a clear demonstration of the state party commitment to ensuring a sustainable conservation of the property. Secondly, Mr. Chairperson, we note that the information on species trends indicate some significant increase in some of the species, indicating as an indicator that the property species restoration is becoming successful. The recent move to close Mansalanda-based quarry by the state party is also, in our view, a tremendous effort to conserve the property. Kenya, therefore, Mr. Chairperson, believes that the corrective measures undertaken by the state party of Senegal, it is timely and appropriate to support the removal of this property from the list of endangered properties. I thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Japan to be followed by Italy. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. We understand that Senegal has been working very hard and putting lots of effort for a long time since 2007 to reverse the situation of Niokoro-Koba National Park. Although the reactive monitoring mission was conducted in March this year, the report is not available yet, and it looks like the view on the current state of conservation is different between the state party and the World Heritage Center and advisory body. This makes us very difficult to understand the actual situation. In the paragraph 7 of the draft decision, it mentions the fundamental conditions for the property's removal from the list of World Heritage in danger, which sounds a new expression, and it looks like the two of the conditions are a summary or rephrasing of the 8 items of the SOCR adopted in 2015. So we would like to ask the state party Senegal to inform us the current situation of these 4 conditions for removal. And also would like to ask the World Heritage Center and the advisory body to comment on that information in light of 4 conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan, for those specific questions. I now give the floor to Italy to be followed by Zambia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to put some questions to the members, to the state, and in particular, what is the impact of the bush fire, and how much is the affection of advance of agricultural fields? And is there a national protection plan, and how is it structured? And what is the impact of poaching on the animals, and if there are action to contrast that? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Zambia to be followed by Belgium.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, esteemed members of the UNESCO World Heritage Committee. The development and management plan for Niokolo-Koba, that is National Park, has been urgently updated and implemented with funding from the NGO IJLB Corporation and the UNESCO Dhaka office. Experts will begin to work next week, as we've been informed as a state part of Zambia. An operational ecological monitoring plan is already in place, utilizing advanced tools such as smart city setup, AGIS soft, QGIS for data collection and analysis. Mr. Chairman, this aligns with Article 5 of the World Heritage Convention, which calls for the establishment of services for the protection, conservation, and preservation of heritage. Mr. Chairman, We have also been informed by the Senegalese counterparts that since 2016, the state party has seen significant increase in species characteristic of the outstanding universal value. However, it will be interesting to also compare notes between the two parties. In this case, we're talking of IUCN, which has got a different view, but it will be good to hear from the state party of Senegal. Recognizing the incompatibility of the Masandala basalt quarry with the park's integrity, the new Senegalese authorities have decided to close the quarry immediately. This decision is in line with Article 6 of the World Heritage Convention, Mr. Chairman, which obliges state parties to refrain from action that could damage World Heritage sites. A rehabilitation plan is to follow, as we've been told, with national technical teams already being mobilized. Mr. Chairman, to address the potential impacts of Sambangalu Dam on the park's hydrological regime, the High Commission of the Organization for the Development of the Gambia River has committed to supporting mitigation efforts. A budget action plan and memorandum of understanding to ensuring financing for all necessary mitigation activities is also in place. This initiative is consistent with paragraph 172 of the operational guidelines, which aligns with the need for state parties to inform the committee of any major restorations and construction plans which may affect OUV. Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, Niokolokowa National Park is under robust strategic management with strong commitments and partnerships to ensure the conservation and preservation of the outstanding universal value. At this end, Mr. Chairman, as a state part of Zambia, we believe that, to a large extent, the Senegalese government has put in place measures to make sure that they should be out of the list of endanger. I submit, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, my brother Kagosi Wamulove from Zambia. I love that red hat, the red cap, and the beautiful Zambian design jacket. It's beautiful. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Belgium, to be followed by Qatar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have studied the dossier, and we would like to emphasize that the efforts of the state party of Senegal are indeed very significant and therefore deserve our sincere appreciation. As examples for important new positive elements in the dossier, we can refer to the updates of the development of the management plan, that the contract has been signed, that the funds have been allocated, as well to the closure of the Mansaladala basalt quarry, where the state party has committed to do so effectively, and the guarantees that were given for mitigating potential indirect negative impacts on the property from the Sambangalu Dam. Nevertheless, we are a bit confused about the most essential attributes of the outstanding universal value, namely the population of characteristic species, and therefore we would like to ask IUCN and the Center for their views on this specific matter. If the situation of the population of these characteristic species has not been reversed, we believe that it's not desirable to state that the desired state of conservation for removal have been met. And in this regard, dear Chair, I would like to refer to the important outcomes of the side event that was organized in this very session on Monday, Boosting World Heritage Conservation in Africa to Meet Global Targets for People and Planet. We heard very encouraging testimonies from sites in Central African Republic and Cameroon, where the status as endangered sites led to revitalizing the site's outstanding universal value. But we also learned, and that is an important message I recall, that the process of removal from the danger list should not be rushed and requires a necessary time for recovery of the habitats and the species. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Qatar, to be followed by Lebanon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Chair,
I believe that Senegal has demonstrated its commitment and has addressed all of the 4 points raised by the IUCN in its report. In addition, there is a letter from the Ministry of the Environment of the Republic of Senegal regarding the closure of the basalt Mansadela quarry. That was an issue that had to be addressed immediately, and that has been done in our view. This is why we support the removal of the site from the list of World Heritage in Danger. Chairperson, the property has been on the World Heritage in Danger list for 17 years now. That's a very long time. And on the basis of the reports we've heard, Senegal has demonstrated great commitment, and that is why the state of Qatar supports the removal of the site from the list of World Heritage in Danger. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Lebanon to be followed by Bulgaria.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, indeed. The matter of properties remaining for years and years on the World Heritage in Danger list is a true issue. And we need to be looking at how we can ensure they are removed from this list so that they don't end up on there indefinitely. However, there are some aspects that we are slightly confused about, and I'm sure others on the committee are as well. That is to say, regarding contradictory information that has been provided to us. On the one hand, from the IUCN and the World Heritage Centre, and on the other hand, states parties such as Kenya and Zambia, who have offered other information regarding the species populations. I believe that the matter of species populations is one of the key factors on this item, given that the site was inscribed on the basis of this criterion. Now, we need to look at where these information sources are coming from. Is this information that hasn't yet been analysed by the IUCN, or perhaps a mission should have been carried out and that hasn't happened? In order to make an informed decision, we do need credible information from the state party on the one hand, and on the other hand from the IUCN and the World Heritage Centre as regards that specific point, that is to say the renewal of species populations. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Bulgaria.
Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, we have examined the documents and listened to the arguments in the hall here. Senegal has responded to the factual element identified in the reactive monitoring mission report and the TSR CR indicators. We see a very positive development, particularly towards updating a management plan and tools, improvement of the hydrological regime, positively reversing the trends in some of the species that are connected to the outstanding universal value of the property, and also the closure of the willingness to closure the basalt quarry. Therefore, we congratulate Senegal for their great efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Senegal showed a lot of efforts and positive engagement in the protection of the site of Nikoloko National Park. And we know that, I agree also with the previous speaker that all the information are not the same, but the state party had already answered in many documents to many questions and had achieved many measures requested. Therefore,
St. Vincent and the Grenadines believe that the site should be removed from the list in danger. And at some point, Mr. Chair, when a site is in list in danger for 17 years, it becomes really counterproductive. Thank you.
Thank you. Now that the committee state parties have spoken, I would like to give the floor to Senegal to answer those questions, and then I will give the floor to the Secretariat to answer your questions. Senegal, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, merci.
Thank you, Chairperson, dear members of the committee. Thank you very much for giving us the floor. It's an honor for Senegal to be here today to discuss a topic which is of great importance for us because Nyokolo Koba National Park is part of our history. It's a source of national pride. In 2007, 17 years ago, Nyokolo Koba.
Secretariat said Argentina put its plate pen down. So I want a clarification. Is it up or is it down? Okay, it's up. So I will pause Senegal because it's a committee member that has put its plate up. So I'll give the floor to the distinguished representative of Argentina and request Senegal to kindly bear with us. Thank you. Argentina, you have the floor.
Gracias. Thank you, Chair. Yes, this time it was our fault. We apologize. We put our plate up at the last minute. What we wanted to say has already been mentioned by other members. This is a similar case compared to other cases regarding the list of World Heritage in danger. We consider that Senegal has done everything that was asked of it. There are still some things to be done, but we need to encourage the state party to continue in its efforts, and we need to encourage it to do so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Argentina. One more state committee member has put its plate up. It's Jamaica. So I'll request Senegal to exhibit some more patience, and I'll give the floor to Jamaica. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And we will not reiterate what has already been said. We wanted to just add our voice to having this site also be removed from the World Heritage List in danger. Thank you.
Thank you, and I granted you that courtesy because you are the land of Michael Holding and Courtney Walsh. I now give the floor to Senegal to answer the questions. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chairperson. The three factors justifying the inscription of the site on the World Heritage and Danger List was poaching, livestock grazing, and herders on site, which was manageable. And the third was related to a project, not something that was actually in place. This is why the site was inscribed on the list for 17 years. And for 17 years, we've undertaken efforts. We've understood the reports that have been submitted to us. We've continued to work. And the basic text state that when a property has deteriorated, but that the deterioration has not reached a stage that is irreversible, then it may remain on the list. So the Nyokolo could have stayed on the World Heritage List at the time, but those three factors no longer exist. We received the report a week before we arrived here. We have addressed the 4 issues raised, and we have taken the time to answer all of the questions that have been asked of us, particularly when it comes to the basalt quarry. That's 0.004% of the surface area of the property. There were routes planned. We were told to close them. The Minister of the Environment, who is the previous focal point for MAB in Western Africa, took the decision to close the quarry. The Sambagalan Dam is not a Senegalese dam. It's one for the sub-region, countries who wanted green energy and water in an area which is arid and dry and suffers from environmental impacts. We decided to work with the authorities on this dam in order to reduce impacts. The river flows through Senegal. It goes through Guinea-Conakry and Gambia. Now, when it comes to the issues at hand, it's stated that the species that are characteristic are significantly reduced in terms of population. When you implement measures, you need to do so over time. And in order for them to have an impact, it takes years. We have done this for 17 years now, and we have been fully committed in this direction. So I appeal to the committee to trust us, to trust our authorities on the efforts that have already been taken, which have been recognized, to remove this property from the list of World Heritage in danger, because otherwise the people in our countries who are following this live will feel that the efforts have been for nothing. And this may be counterproductive and lead to a negative effect, not only on us, but on all Africans watching us today. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now give the floor, as requested by some committee state parties, to IUCN.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. As regards the species, the information we have available to us are sourced from the State of Conservation report provided by the State Party in February 2024. The second source of information is the report of the joint mission of the World Heritage Centre and IUCN, which was carried out this year in March. These two reports confirm that the overall trend of species characteristic of the OUV, for example, the eland, elephant, buffalo, chimpanzee, African wild dog, and leopard, are overall decreasing. So the IUCN here shares the state party's hopes for the future and positive trends in the future. However, we believe that that positive trend needs to be demonstrated before the site can be removed from the World Heritage and Danger List. We recall that the site is inscribed on the basis of criterion 10 only. In addition, there is the construction of the dam, which may have disastrous impacts on the ecological integrity of the property. As stated in the preliminary analysis and in the mission, when the reservoir is filled, this may lead to the modification of the hydrological dynamics of the area and may have an impact on the property, which is already fragile due to other factors, with poaching, which represents around 40% of the threats to the property in 2023. Thank you.
The floor to the Secretariat to answer some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We support the points that were raised by IUCN. I think it's important to see that this site is inscribed on the criteria of biodiversity, and that when it was inscribed on the list in danger, 90% of many of the populations of species had been lost. And unfortunately, today, the figures that we have received from the state party are not convincingly demonstrating that this trend has been reversed. I think also some of the other issues that were mentioned, the issue of cattle, for example, during the mission, there was evidence that there is still cattle up to 10 kilometers within the boundaries of the site. So I think there is some issues here that still require further attention. We do agree that the state party has put, over the last couple of years, significant effort to change the situation. However, we need to have I think it's important for the committee to have the scientific data to confirm that the trends have been reversed. Of course, we do not, it is not possible to wait until we go back to the original populations, because that will take a long time, that is for sure. But what is important is to demonstrate that there has been a reversal of the downward trend. And unfortunately, today, based on the figures that we have received from the state party, we cannot confirm that this trend has been reversed. On the contrary, some figures seem to indicate that for some species, the trends are further downwards. Thank you.
Thank you. I see there are no more comments or questions. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 45-7A.54 concerning this property. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. We have indeed received an amendment submitted by Rwanda. Could it please be displayed on the screen?
You have it. Voilà. Très bien.
Thank you.
Amendement qui débute.
This is an amendment which starts with paragraph 3, which suggests to remove some of. Paragraph 4, replace concern the overall decreasing trend by satisfaction the increase in the encounter rate of the characteristic species of outstanding universal value. And then the following amendment, in comparison with the situation during the last reactive monitoring mission in 2015, and the continuation of the monitoring protocol with a view to collect updated data for the coming years 2024, 2025, 2026, in particular through the ongoing updating of the property's development and management plan, thanks to funding already mobilized. And then the last part would be deleted, that is to say, with the exception of Licon and the persistent lack of data concerning the viability of the population of these species, and in particular elephants in the property. Then the amendment proposes a new paragraph 5, noting the clarification provided by the state party with regard to the existing memorandum of understanding between the National Parks Directorate of Senegal and the Gambia River Basin Development Organization concerning ongoing monitoring to mitigate any potential indirect negative impact of the Sambangaloo Dam on the OUV of the property, in particular when the dam is put into operation, as well as a formal commitment from the Senegalese authorities to permanently and immediately close the Mansadala basalt quarry and to implement a rehabilitation plan for the pits resulting from exploitation. And then the next paragraph will become paragraph 6, notes with appreciation, and then an addition that have led to a drastic reduction of poaching, and then the rest of the paragraph is deleted. The amendment also proposes to delete paragraph 6, or former paragraph 6, 7, 8, and 9. The next paragraph, the amendment proposes to strike through but expresses its concern and instead encourages the state party to continue implementing these measures to further reduce the number of collisions. And here I would like to highlight that there is a translation mistake between the English and the French version. The French version is the correct version, says the rapporteur. There's no modification for the next paragraph. The following paragraph thanks the state party of Senegal and its financial partners instead of the donors. Paragraph 13 becomes paragraph 10. The end of the paragraph is struck through, and then and the implementation in particular on the progress, the removal of the property, etc. Then 11 decides to remove Nyokolo Koba National Park, Senegal, from the list of World Heritage in danger. And I believe that Jamaica wished to support that last paragraph, unless I'm mistaken. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I saw Senegal raise its plate and then again put it down. I presume you wanted to take the floor. If any member states wants to take the floor, please keep its plate up till the time the name is called. If you want to take the floor, because this particular agenda item relates to your member state, I will have to refer it to the legal advisor. Am I permitted to give you the floor? So, legal advisor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In response to your question, the applicable rule of the rules of procedure of the committee is Rule 22, paragraph 6, which reads as follows, I quote, "States parties shall not speak to World Heritage properties in their own territories, except at the explicit invitation of the chairperson within the allowed time for their speech and in response to specific questions posed." End of quote, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senegal. Our hands are tied. You were given the floor to the specific questions posed by Rwanda and other state parties, and you have clarified your position within the stipulated time period. So at this point in time, your request to take the floor again on your own behalf cannot be supported. Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. The agenda items, the amendments are on the screen. We shall go paragraph by paragraph. Are there any objections to para 1 and 2? I see none. We go to para 3. Are there any objections to para 3? I see none. Go to para 4. Are there any objections to the amended para 4? I request Lebanon, please do not hold it in your hand. Just put it, there is a place. You just put it there and I will see it. Lebanon, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, paragraphs 4, 5, 6 are rather contradictory. We don't fully understand them. In the initial proposal, there was one thing, and now the revised version gives us something completely different. So we're a bit lost, we have to say. We cannot make an informed decision on the basis of this. We have information. We're not talking about viewpoints here, but contradictory information. We say one thing and then it's opposite. So we can't make a decision on the basis of that.
Comment?
Rwanda, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Chair. In order to come back to paragraph 4, I would like to answer the delegate of Lebanon. In the findings of the reactive monitoring mission of 2015, the state party was asked to ensure the viability of the characteristic species expressing the OUV of the property. This was done with the inventory on wildlife with the 4 additional methods: inventory, on foot, and aerial surveys, which was stated in the most recent report of the State Party. The State Party's report is available, as well as the scientific publications on the characteristic species of the OUV. I also recall that the advisory body and UNESCO congratulated well, since 2016, there has been a significant increase in characteristic species with the implementation of environmental monitoring protocols. There was actually a press communique published by UNESCO on this. Thank you.
May I request the delegation of Greece, thank you, to switch off the microphone, which you just did. Thank you. Lebanon, you heard the response of Rwanda. We are right now at para 4. You mentioned that there are contradictory information in para 4, 5, 6, and you're a bit lost. But after listening to the explanation by Rwanda, do you have any changes, opposition, or acceptance to para 4?
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to have the opinion of the center, the response to the center to what Rwanda said.
The center, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the point is that at this stage, there is no, according to the information we have received from the state party, there is no convincing data that show that the populations of species have gone up again. I think I repeated already that the site was put on the danger list after data showed that for many species the decline was 90% of the original population, so only 10% left. And I think at this stage no data have been provided to show that tendency has been reversed. And I want to refer here to a report that was submitted to us in the last few days, and I think also circulated to the state parties, a report by Senegal of May 24, which in its conclusion says that la taille et la densité estimée des populations d'espèces sont encore relativement faibles dans le parc national de Niokolokoba par rapport aux données.
Are still quite small compared to the populations in the same areas at the end of the 1990s. And further on, it says, however, however, the number of interventions in and around the park and the stable security situation compared to other places in Africa gives us cause for hope for the future of these species in the future.
Itself from the state party states that there is a hope that the tendency will become positive in the future, which means that at this day, today, the tendency is not demonstrated to be positive. Thank you.
Thank you. Lebanon, you heard the response of the center. Please let me know your views.
Mr. Chairman, what do you want me to say? We have contradictory informations. In that case, Lebanon will abstain from any position.
Thank you. Lebanon abstains from any position. We are right now on para 4. As proposed by Rwanda, are there any objections to the text? I see Argentina has raised its plate. You have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. Queremos buscar un...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I just say that we would like to try and find a halfway solution, a compromise solution. We fully respect what IUCN has just said and what the advisory bodies are saying and what the Secretariat is saying. We acknowledge that there are difficulties. However, what we would want is that the state party, which is really doing all it can to improve the situation, can indeed start solving the problem and show the way for all of us, as has been done in other places. Now, that doesn't mean, of course, that everything is perfect. There is admittedly a contradiction, an obvious contradiction between the first drafting of the paragraphs and what has just been told. But what we don't want, what we do want to see is that the state party of Senegal could be put in charge and be left responsible of doing its work as it has been doing for some time, according to the reports we've received. So what we would want, is to say that we can hand over this responsibility to Senegal rather than keeping this property on the list in danger, because in a way, again, it is something of a sanction, of a punishment, or at least it's felt to be such by the states. If the circumstances and if the situation goes on worsening, as may well occur, then we will re-include it on the list in danger. But I think all these years in, after all these years of hard work, we need to give the state party some leeway. Let us therefore maybe look at the amendments in these paragraphs, and then look separately at the last paragraph. So admittedly, we should look at what is not going well, but Senegal should handle the situation, not the committee.
Right now, I'm only concerned about the text that appears on the screen. To the acceptance of the text or alterations, then please let me know. St. Vincent, you want to raise your plate and you kept it down.
Mr. Chair, I think that we don't have all the information. The information given by the state party date from 2018, but it seemed that there is a report which was not issued or was not read by the advisory bodies. So just we want a clarification about the reports and the information given in main reports. So we know that the state party had made a lot of efforts from 2015, and there are more information in the last report, which maybe apparently is not issued or is not read by the advisory body. Thank you.
The center, there is a specific question raised by St. Vincent that there is a report. And they have sought clarification. You have the floor. Kindly clarify on that specific point raised by the distinguished delegate.
If the distinguished delegate of St. Vincent is referring to the 2018 inventory, we did look at that inventory, and that inventory actually shows that the situation is very similar to the 2006 inventory. And the report I was referring to, which was sent to us by the state party, and I think also circulated to committee members, the report I cited dates back from May 2024. Rapport sur l'état de conservation de quelques espèces.
Report on the state of conservation of some of the wildlife species iconic in the park.
24.
At this point in time, I shall invoke clause 22.6, under which I had stopped Senegal earlier. I will invoke the same powers of the chair, and it says, except at the explicit invitation of the chairperson. So we need some clarifications, and I will give the floor to Senegal to clarify on the questions raised. There is a report which its mention is not mentioned. So would you like to take the floor and clarify? You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As concerns the data, I can't see that there is any contradiction. Can I maybe refer you to table 1 in the monitoring report? You clearly have there the information about the various species, the panther, the lion, and the species. Then there are subsequent documents published in recent years, 2020, 2021, 2021, 2023. And it does show that the iconic species of the park are indeed to be found there. This concerns the reactive mission. We have them here. There is direct observation data, whereas what we had given is direct and indirect observation data. There are also another 7 monitoring or environmental monitoring documents that have not been mentioned or quoted in the report, which is why we, the Senegalese delegation, stick to what we have said on the amendment. The reference year is 2015. In 2015, there was a wildlife inventory, then another one in 2016, and also add to that the environmental monitoring data, which is why we come to this conclusion that there has been an increase in the fauna, and you cannot only look at these from the point of view of the abundance index, but also you have to take into account in the assessment of the population sizes. Look at page 18, table 1 of the reactive monitoring report, which does clearly indicate that these species are to be found and are viable in the park. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point in time, I'm only concerned at the draft amendment which the rapporteur has presented, which he received, and we are on para 4. I'm not really looking at philosophical explanation. I'm only looking at the text. Now, my question is simple. Is the text as shown, amendment presented by Rwanda, is it acceptable, or would someone want to suggest a modification to this text? I'm not really interested because we gave the floor for debate earlier. Right now, once the rapporteur has presented the amendments, we have crossed the philosophical stage and reached the grammatical stage. So I would request if there is any objection to this text, please let us know. Otherwise, we would be adopting it. Are there any objections to this text in para 4? I see none. You go to para 5. Are there any objections to this amended para 5? I see none. Go to para 6. Is there any objection to para 6? I see none. Is there any objection to the cancellation suggested by Rwanda for the old para 6 and the old para 7? Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have listened very carefully to the debates and the additional information from the center, from the state party, and we have to we have to face that there are still some concerns remaining. And that's why actually we would like to have this initial para 7 that refers to the indicators that are so important for this site that we keep them into this decision. So we would like to propose to change the first sentence of this para in the following: urges the state party to fully implement the following priority actions based on the recommendations from the reactive monitoring mission. And then we would like to keep point A. Point B should be changed accordingly as followed. The document the stated upward trend observed in the properties characteristic species of the OUV through a census of wildlife species in order to establish a new baseline to monitor further recovery of the OUV.
May I request you to read slowly, please?
I'll repeat. I repeat, document the stated upward trend observed in the properties characteristic species of the OUV through a census of wildlife species in order to establish
a new baseline to monitor further recovery of the OUV.
May I request the editors that in English, senses start with an S, but census starts with a C.
And then, Mr. Chair, I would like to propose to keep point C and D of the initial para 7 in the draft decision. Thank you.
Are there any objections to the Belgium suggestion? I see Rwanda would like to take the floor. You have.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, sir. Let me just give the editors enough time. Can we see the beginning of that item in the French version? Yes, thank you. Mr. Chairman, Rwanda would wish to keep the amendments as initially introduced by Rwanda. The initial amendment put by Belgium is something that doesn't satisfy us. The State Party of Senegal has given all the right guarantees under item A or subparagraph A. There is indeed a budget. The management plan has been funded. The staff has been identified and trained. We have the right kind of guarantees. There's no need to ask or to urge the state party to budget and staff the management part. Then, can I maybe move to item C? Subparagraph C. Belgium suggests we keep this. We already have a firm commitment by a government minister of the state party, and I do feel that this letter signed by the minister should be enough, seeing it was sent to the the World Heritage Centre. Paragraph D seems to me that the state party has given us all the right guarantees as concerns the dam. Can I maybe, pull up some of the information? I wasn't too sure we'd have quite that many amendments, so let me find my documents if you'll allow me. Now, first of all, the dam is at some 60 kilometers of the property. The environmental impact assessment has been done, and the action plan on biodiversity has been identified. A budgeted MOU has been agreed to, and there again, I believe the state party has given us the right guarantees. So the proposal of Rwanda is to stick to our initial amendment and strike out the whole of item 7. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have two contradictory positions out here. Qatar, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, sir, for giving me the floor again. We are trying to forge ahead with this report and this paragraph. Let's look at both proposals. The state of Qatar has looked very carefully what the various parties have said. We have heard that the state party has made a number of commitments, and we've seen that there many efforts have been done. And if you look at the other paragraphs in the in the decision, we think we want to go along the decision, the amendment with Rwanda, because we want to go along with the purpose of the decision, which is removing it from from the list in danger. And we must give the state party the opportunity to act on its commitments and undertakings, and that is why we would like to stick with the Rwandan amendment. Thank you.
Please add Qatar's name to sticking with the Rwandan amendment. I see Lebanon. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, sir. We fully understand what the state party is requesting when it says, trust us, we've done so much already. We have given undertakings, and we therefore wish to see this property, this property removed from the list in danger. And I think we could agree to that. However, nothing, it's not entirely perfect. Of course, there are still issues, there are still problems. Admittedly, the state party has given undertakings and will take things further. But I do feel that Belgium's requests make sense. We remove it from the list in danger, but at the same time, you ask for some monitoring of the indicators, the updating of the management plan, the development and management plan. It makes perfect sense. I mean, if you're removing it from the list in danger, you can perfectly well at the same time request that the state party make sure that things will indeed improve and get to a position where things are much better than what they are today. So I think we should keep these comments, and at the same time decide that we remove the property from the list in danger.
Okay, Lebanon is supporting the Belgium suggestion. We can put Lebanon next to Belgium because they find sense in this. Anyone else would like to take a position? Because here we have two state parties, there are two groups that are giving some views. Italy, you have the floor, and after that, I will give the floor to the Secretariat.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Just to add a name, let's say, in the list of Belgium, Liban, we agree with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Italy. I'll now give the floor to Zambia.
Thank you, Chairperson. The State Party of Zambia would like to state that we are in support of Rwanda's submission to keep the amendments as they were before Belgium's intervention. Thank you.
I give the floor to the Secretariat to comment.
Thank you, Chair. We believe that
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, sir. The reason why I wish to take the floor now is maybe to try and remind the committee of what its main task is. Its main task is, of course, to monitor the states of conservation and follow up on the decisions it's taken, but also to extend support in the follow-up to decisions that may be taken. Now, it seems that combining the information from the Secretariat report and the information from the advisory bodies and everything you heard before you started looking at the draft decision, it seems, as I was saying, that there are still a number of issues that may still request some support to be extended to the state party should the property be removed from the list in danger. and that would mean going ahead with it. Now, this in no way would mean that you do not trust the state party. On the contrary, but your purpose, your job, in fact, is to support the work of the state party. And these recommendations put forward by the Secretariat are what will enable you to monitor, to follow up on the work. Remember that removing a property from the list in danger means immediately starting to support the state party in all its efforts. I believe the Secretariat has made a number of recommendations and submitted them to you. And it feels to me that so that you can do your duty of supporting Senegal, you should focus your efforts on these specific recommendations to make sure that the subsequent reports filed by the state party will enable us to assess all the efforts done and see what Senegal has done and give you an opportunity to review the corrective measures rolled out. Which is why I'm saying that this is the sort of thing that you need to do and give specific recommendations to Senegal to support the work of this work in this site. A site that was listed incidentally on the basis of one single criterion 10, which is so very important.
Floor to Japan, followed by Kenya.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. As Lebanon said, we also support the removal of this site from the list of World Heritage in danger. But in this para 7, we also support the chapeau by Belgium. And also, as the Secretariat said, as this site is the criteria 10, so we think that especially the paragraph B is very important. So we also support the Belgium para B. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor now to Kenya, followed by Mexico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Yes, we want to continue with the support for removal of this property from the list of endangered property, and also align ourselves with the position of Rwanda by adopting the amendments. Mr. Chairperson, we have been treated with a lot of information by the state party, where they have taken the baselines and follow-up studies, which shows that then with the property as a viable population of the characteristic species. And so we expect this viable population to continue growing to bring the property into increased trends of these populations. And so I believe then the para 7B chairperson that could automatically or most likely need not to be on this, and more so that they have also demonstrated that already there's a commitment among many of the other provisions in this paras. And so, Mr. Chairperson, we stand with position of Rwanda. I thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Mexico.
Muy buenas tardes. Good afternoon, and thank you for giving me the floor. Mexico would also like to support the proposal to take the site off the danger list, but along the same lines as Belgium, we'd like to align ourselves with these recommendations. And obviously, we agree with what the director of the World Heritage Center said, that following these recommendations, or at least offering the support, is very important, because this really is the area in which we're talking about some of the most representative mammalian species. Very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I request the editors to copy Belgium, all the names, and paste them in all subsequent including Japan. Can you copy it from the first para? Yes. Just copy paste it. And do the same thing for the other viewpoint of Rwanda, Qatar. Okay, I will now give the floor to the Republic of Korea, and then I will move my head this side. Republic of Korea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Republic of Korea also agrees that this item is removed from the list of danger, but also agree with Belgium and others who want para 7 remaining here.
Please add the name of the Republic of Korea. And now I'll give the floor to Argentina, followed by St. Vincent. Argentina have the floor.
Gracias, señor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We are sorry to, give you a stiff neck when we're asking you to look at different parts of the room. We hope it's not a problem. We wanted to thank the very clear intervention of the World Heritage Center. Its director, who explained very, very clearly on what the issues are. What we want to do is move to the very last paragraph where we see the responsibility of Senegal. But it's important to see how the IUCN reports and the other reports have contributed to all of this discussion, and so we can align ourselves with Belgium, Lebanon, and the other authors, so that we can continue working hand in hand on this property, which we do hope will be removed from the danger list. Thank you.
Q, please add Argentina's name after Republic of Korea in the first para. I give the floor to St. Vincent, to be followed by Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, St. Vincent and the Grenadines wanted to add some wording to have a consensus, but it seems now that many states parties agree to keep the recommendations and to accept this wording as it is. So we can, especially that many also said that they accept to remove the site from the list in danger. Thank you.
Would you like to add your name to any of the two or not?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
May I ask you, where would you like to add your name?
Yes.
I asked you where
yes,
you
yes.
just tell us
First
where you want to
paragraph.
add your name.
First paragraph. Yes, yes. St. Vincent of the Grenadines.
Please add the full name to St. Vincent. Right. I give the floor now to Ukraine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ukraine full support the proposal of Belgium, Lebanon, and Italy. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Jamaica. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We also would like to align ourselves with Belgium and others.
Q, please add the name of Jamaica. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Actually, about para A, para C, D, and D is
Copy
actually
paste all the names and we'll put them. The
so
editors
please,
will do that.
yeah, please add our name to the another one. Two.
May I request the
please.
editors to please copy the names from the first para and paste them in subsequent paras. Is it okay?
No, no, no. Please remove the para A, C, D, remove our name from please A, para A, C, and D. Yeah. Thank you.
So you
I'm
only
sorry.
want your name in the first para
First para and B.
and para B.
Yeah, support.
But you support Rwanda, Qatar, Zambia for the removal of the subsequent paras.
Yes, yes. I'm sorry for confusing, Mr. Chairperson.
Bulgaria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to support the proposals of Belgium for all the four A, B, C, D.
Japan, if the editors can go to the first para, please. Japan, if you read the first para, there is a word called urges the state party to fully implement the following indicators based on the recommendation of the reactive monitoring mission, and thereafter the indicators are mentioned. Now, if you agree to the first part and say, I do not agree to the latter part, it does not make some logical sense, at least to me, because there are it is mentioned the word the following indicators. So, which based on the language as it appears on the screen would indicate A, B, C, and D. That's why I posed the question to you again, Japan. Uh, we will bring para A back on screen just before para, sorry, the introductory para, right? And read from the word urges. Urges the state party to fully implement the following indicators based on the recommendations of the reactive monitoring mission colon. It's not a full stop, it's a colon, which means what comes subsequently is connected to what is being defined as the following indicators. Now, if you're saying I support the first part, but I do not support the latter part, would you like to revisit your position and let us understand?
Thank you, Chairperson. Sorry. Yeah, we wanted to emphasize the para B, but yeah, please go back the about para A, C, D. Go back to the opinion of the Belgium.
Okay, just put Japan's name. You just copy all the names from the top para and paste them back again. Okay, now it seems that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 countries that are supporting, including Belgium, Lebanon, Italy, Japan, Mexico, Republic of Korea, Argentina, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Ukraine, Jamaica, Bulgaria. That's 11 countries that are supporting, but there are 4 countries that are supporting the Rwandan position. Now, to reach a consensus, a simple majority is required, but an amendment may require we'll have to ask the legal advisor. For an amendment to pass through, a simple majority is required, or would you require a two-thirds majority, which would indicate a broad-based consensus? You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in response to your request, to your question, the rules applicable are rules 37 and 38. In this regard, I point out that amendments would depend, the majority would depend on the amendment concerned. According to Rule 37, decisions of the Committee on matters covered by the provisions of the Convention shall be taken by a majority of 2/3 of the members present and voting. But according to Rule 38, all other decisions of the Committee shall be taken by a majority of the states members present and voting. Rule 38, paragraph 2 points out that decisions as to whether a particular matter is covered by the provisions of the Convention and decisions on any matters not covered by the present rules shall be taken by a majority of the states. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Here, the original text was suggested to be amended by Rwanda. So, for Rwanda to pass its amendment would require a, if the matter is covered by provisions of the convention and decisions on any other matters not covered by the present rule shall be taken by a majority of states party present voting. So, does it require a simple majority or a two-thirds majority? For this amendment to pass, the legal advisor, I want a specific answer. Would Rwanda require a simple majority or a two-thirds majority for its amendment to pass in lieu of the contrary position taken by a large number of state parties? First, Rwanda, I know you're asking the floor, but St. Vincent asked the floor before you, so I will give the floor to the distinguished representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not working. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My delegation doesn't consider that it is a vote. We are discussing, we have we expressed our positions. So I am not sure if it is a vote, but of course we want to know if Rwanda would like to keep its amendment or not. But for my delegation, I don't consider it is a vote. Thank you.
Yeah, Rwanda, would you like to take the floor?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. So we will agree with the consensus. Thank you.
That's a very wise decision, Rwanda. I congratulate you for your intelligence. And Zambia, Kagosi, you want to take the floor now because Rwanda has agreed to it? All right, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. In the spirit of give and take, Zambia would also want to withdraw itself from the previous Rwanda side. Now we want to go to Belgium. I hope Belgium will invite us. Thank you.
Everybody will invite you with your beautiful dress. Thank you. So please remove the names of Rwanda and Zambia. I will yield the floor to Kenya. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Our difficulty of moving at this point is motivated by the fact that the desired outcome is to remove the site from the list of danger. However, the original text that was proposed to be deleted was in line with the earlier perspective where there was intention to retain it there. So there is discordance there. And my proposal is that we need to take cognizance of the state parties' efforts, as have been clearly articulated, and review the points under which we are urging the state party to implement, or else there will be a contradiction. That's my considered opinion.
Okay, Kenya, would you like your name to remain there or would you like your name to be removed? Can you please answer that simple question? You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, let me just say it very simply. Once the items under what we are urging the state party are aligned.
Sorry, question is very simple, very specific. Would you want your name to be removed? Yes or no? That's it, please. You've already had your floor.
Please remove my name.
Please remove.
Please remove my name.
And before I give the floor to my brother from Qatar, would you also like your name to be removed from there? Yes, please remove Qatar's name as well. So now we have reached a consensus. India, I thought you had raised your plate and then put down. Would you like to take the floor?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. India would like to express the efforts that Senegal has been taking. It's indeed quite a challenging, and of course, from the commitment that they have provided us. However, at this point of time, it's important to go with the data presented to us, and so India would align with Belgium and Lebanon. Yes.
You're in support of the consensus. Thank you. So the Belgium proposal stands, and you can undelete the rest. Para A. No, not that. Yes, para A, undelete. Para B, undelete. 1 second. No, do not undelete para B, please. There is a specific, yeah. Go to para C. Yes, undelete para C. Para D, you undelete. Para, okay, now you're, no, we'll go to para 8 later. Come up again. Okay, the first part of para 7, the introductory part of para 7, how it appears. Are there any objections to it? I see none. Go to para 7A. Please increase the font size. Yes, are there any objections to para 7A? I see none. Please undelete that A part. Yes. Go to para B. Is there any objection to the amended para B as it appears on the screen? I see none. Go to para C. Please undelete para B first. Not that part, only the index part. Can I see how 7B looks correct? Now go to 7C. Is there any objection to 7C? I see none. Go to 7D. Is there any objection to 7D? I see none. Go to para 8 that has been suggested by Rwanda to cancel. Is there any objection to the Rwandans' amendment? I see Japan has raised its plate. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. We haven't looked at the mission report yet, so we don't know what is exact recommendation from that mission. But we suppose the mission recommendation will be very helpful for the state party to work on the conservation of the site. So we'd like to ask the reason why this paragraph was deleted.
Rwanda, Japan has asked you a very specific question that they had not seen that 2024 reactive monitoring mission. but in principle they would be supporting that, and they want to ask you a question. Why did you delete this para? Rwanda, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, the paragraph had been proposed for deletion because we had actually suggested the deletion of the previous paragraph. That was the logic there too.
Okay, now that the previous para you have accepted, you would also accept para 8. Okay, all right. Please undelete para 8. And undelete that number 8. And you can remove Rwanda's name from there. Okay, now we go. The para, it will not be para 7 because para 7 was already agreed on top, I guess. So this would be, yeah, you have to undelete the number 7. Yes, we go to para 9. I guess para 9, Japan, would you like to raise the same question regarding the deletion of para 9 by Rwanda?
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, maybe we haven't heard the reason why this paragraph was deleted, so maybe we can ask Rwanda what the reason why. Thank you.
And Rwanda, would you give the same rationale? Okay, perfect. So you undelete para 9. Oh, sorry. Have the floor, Rwanda.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, partly there's the same rationale, but the second part of the amendments, of the of point 9, I'm going to read it in French. Rappel.
And so after and recalls the need for a thorough analysis of the ESIA report, or that
Because it's the same rationale as before. But I will request to maybe delete the second part à partir de rappeler.
the analysis of the ESIA report was actually given by the state party. And so now it's a question of.
Excusez-moi de mélanger le français.
Sorry, I'm switching between the two languages, but this is a question to be asked to the Secretariat, in fact. The rationale of the need for this thorough analysis, considering that the state party has already submitted a report thereupon, I think the Secretariat needs to give us some guidance there before we can decide whether to maintain or delete that part of the para. Thank you.
Secretariat, Rwanda has sought your guidance to retain or delete that part of the para. You have the floor. Mr. Lazar, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. I will just start by saying that the World Heritage Center received a letter. I received a letter from the Minister of Environment of Senegal, and I think this is what the Ambassador, His Excellency, the Ambassador of Senegal, has said in his intervention. And I do confirm that we received a letter saying that the construction that the letter was on the quarry, that the quarry has been stopped. Here, I think the issue is about the construction of the dam in Sabangalo, and the ambassador said the reason why this was continued, that it was not exactly there. So, Mr. Chairperson, I think effectively my colleague Guido Bonet could give more clarification on this, and you may wish to give the floor to Senegal to specifically clarify this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Rwanda, can you state your question again regarding that part of the para that you need some guidance from the Secretariat?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. So the question was to have comprendre pourquoi l'analyse.
So we want to understand why an analysis of the report is required from the state party. Because hasn't that report already been read by the Secretariat, or is it not analysed yet? And just to follow up with what the director of the World Heritage Centre said, indeed, we've had reassurances from the state party, which is why we were suggesting to keep the second half of that paragraph slated for deletion. Thank you.
Thank you. The Secretariat, you have the floor.
Comme l'analyse fait
Since the analysis was to be done by IUCN, it's best to give them the floor. Thank you for giving us the floor. Yes, the environmental assessment report for the dam has been asked since 2015 by the Committee of Senegal, and in 2023, the state party of 23 indeed did submit to the Secretariat some additional studies concerning the dam. The IUCN analyzed the situation in the light of those documents, but has asked through the committee the state party to give a more thorough analysis of the environmental impact. Senegal did indeed did this, and back to March 2024, the state party of Senegal did actually give its assessment of the environmental impact report of the Barrage report, and so now it's up to the IUCN to evaluate that report and issue their recommendations back to the state party. Thank you.
Thank you. Rwanda, with that guidance, would you like to let us know, can we undelete para 9, or there are specific parts of para 9 you'd like to remain as deleted?
Thank you, Chair. I will also please request, as the director of the center, to maybe give the floor to the state party to give more clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. You may request, but the director of the World Heritage Center does not have the power to do that. That power rests only with the chair, and the chair is more than happy to satisfy the request of the sister from Rwanda. Senegal, do you not want to take the floor at this point in time? Or you want to take the floor? Because there is a specific request by a state party asking a question, and the chairperson wants that question answered. Senegal, please answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, as concerns the ESIA, it was sent in 2023 and sent to the World Heritage Center. The mission, when they came and visited, agreed with that and recognized it. That was sent by Mata Diouf from OMDG. When the mission asked for the report, apparently they hadn't had it. We gave it to them when they visited. As for the dam, we already have some guarantees, for indeed the organization has run a study and an action plan on biodiversity. Following that, they established a memorandum of understanding with the National Parks Directorate, which made sure that the action plan could be implemented. This has all been budgeted, the documents are available, and they have been circulated. In any case, we shall not and do not oppose this being kept. The paragraph being kept. We won't oppose that, but can I just remind you that the dam is 110 kilometers upstream.
Mention all those data. Please keep it short, so you don't mind letting that para remain. Rwanda, you heard that answer. Please undelete para 9. And remove Rwanda's name. We go to para 10. Are there any objections to para 10 and how it appears? And to establish a protocol for the care of injured animals to reduce post-accident mortality. Animal rights, love for animals. Is there there should be a protocol. Okay, there are no objections to para 10. Go to para 11. There is no amendment. Go to para 12. Rwanda thanks the State Party of Senegal and its financial partners who continue to support the conservation of the property, in particular the government of Norway. Are there any objections to the use of the word financial partners instead of the word donors? I see none. Go to para 13. Finally, request the state party to submit to the World Heritage Center by 1st February 2025 an updated report on the state of conservation of the property. Are there any objections? Yes, Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. We would like to retain the original paragraph, but on the implementation of the above, and maybe delete the rest until for examination by the World Heritage Committee at its 47th session. So it should be under implementation of the above for the examination by the World Heritage Committee at its 47th session.
No, Japan wants to undelete it, which means it remains at the implementation of the above, in particular on the progress made towards fully meeting the fundamental conditions for the removal of the property from the list of World Heritage in danger, full stop. Japan wants that para undeleted. Yes. Rwanda, do you have any objection to the Japanese suggestion?
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you're striking out paragraph 7, we need to keep the paragraph with the words and the implementation of the above. Full stop.
To be deleted, please. Thank you.
Japan, are you satisfied with that condition? Okay, remove the word of remove the name Japan because they are satisfied with the explanation given by Rwanda. Remove.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Japan.
I'm sorry, I was not clear. So yes, I agree with the current current conditions.
I understood you very well. Thank you. Please remove the name of Japan. Just do what I'm saying, please. Thank you. Okay. Now, for examination by the World Heritage Committee at its 47th session, Japan wants to keep that. Rwanda, you want it deleted? No, Rwanda does not want that deleted. Remove Rwanda's name. Okay, thank you. So para 13 as it appears now, does anyone have any objections? Lebanon and Argentina, do you want to comment something on that? You want to comment, Argentina?
Gracias, Albert.
Thank you, Chair. No, we are fine with these latest changes. So yes, we have something to say about the upcoming paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you. Lebanon, your name is written. Okay, it's cancelled. No. All right, so there is no objection to para 13. We go to para 14. Decides to remove Niokolo Koba National Park, Senegal, from the list of World Heritage in danger. Is there any objection to this? I see 3 member states. Please do not play with your country's nameplate. Just keep it there till your name is called. That's all I'm requesting. Do not do this. Do not wave in the air. Just keep it, just keep it like this. Is it so difficult? Just let it remain like this. Thank you. We have 3 member states. First, I'll give to Belgium, followed by Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to add Belgium, and I would like also to take the opportunity to invite the colleagues from the committee and especially our colleagues from Zambia to Belgium. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium. Agosi, it's only after my appreciation that you're receiving all these invites, and you are so after hearing you, I found you to be so knowledgeable, and it's such a pleasure to hear you. Thank you for coming to India, and thank you for that beautiful invitation, Belgium. I give the floor to Argentina. You have the floor.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Chairs. Yes, we would like the name of our country to be added to the list and this paragraph. And we would like to commend the consensus that we feel we are reaching, because this really is what we were seeking from the beginning, which was hand the responsibility back to Senegal to keep working hand in hand with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Argentina. I give the floor to
you have Lebanon.
Lebanon, followed by St. Vincent.
Oui, merci. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I first of all say that maybe the rapporteur has forgotten to include our name in the list of those who support the idea of removing the park from the in danger list? Can I also thank you, sir, for this very pleasant environment and atmosphere that you are breathing into our meeting? Thank you so very much.
Thank you for the appreciation from Lebanon. I wish my wife was here to hear it, but thank you so much. After Lebanon, I give the floor to my colleague from St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think also the name of St. Vincent and the Grenadines was omitted. We said it in the first intervention we have done. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Bulgaria to be followed by Mexico.
Thank you. We also would like to add the name of Bulgaria among the countries supporting this.
I now give the floor to Mexico, followed by Italy.
Gracias. Thank you very much, Mr. Judge. Yes, so please also include the name of Mexico to the list of supporting countries. And just wanted to reiterate that being on the list in danger is not a punishment. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Italy to be followed by Vietnam.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and we would like to add our name in the list and congratulations.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Vietnam to be followed by Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make 2 points. The first one, we also would like to add Vietnam to the list. And the second point is that we would like to thank the World Heritage Center for the explanation, because that was really helpful for the discussion and the decision-taking process of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Kenya, followed by Ukraine.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We are very glad to be included on the list. It inspires state parties in Africa to work very hard towards coming out of the danger list. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Ukraine, followed by Zambia.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. On voudrait
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of Ukraine, we should like to see our name included in on that list. Thank you.
I will now give the floor to Zambia, followed by India.
Thank you, Chair. We're even wondering why Zambia is not appearing there, because in our introduction we had already declared that we are solely behind the state part of Senegal. Thank you.
Thank you. I now give the floor to India.
Thank you, Chair. India would definitely like to be part of that list, and we definitely want to support Senegal in all its efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have, there are no further objections. Before I adopt the whole para as a whole, please let me congratulate Ornella Kaze from Rwanda for doing an excellent job. The explanation that you have given, the questions that were posed to you, it shows how thorough you were with your work. Single-handedly, you have defended the amendment and you have withdrawn your objections, you have withdrawn your position and compromised and negotiated. I think this is what diplomacy is. And in a way, this large consensus has been developed because of the excellent work that you have done. And I will give this appreciation of yours to your ambassador, my friend Francois. Thank you. And and of course, my congratulations to my friend Suleiman Jules Diop. You are on the verge of achieving what has not been achieved for 17 years. So now we will go back to the whole decision and adopt it. Please go right at the top. We have seen all the paras. Is there any objections to adoption of the draft decision as a whole? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-78.54 adopted as amended.
So we will not give the floor to the state party now.
Thank you very much. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about this property, or in this case, the state party.
So you have something.
Suleiman, I know you're happy. You can't forget the chair so quickly.
Chair, I'm doubly happy. When I arrived in this country and I didn't say it, I'm amazed by the diversity in your country, the richness of your culture, your history, your heritage. And I said all that to you in the morning, the first morning, and arrived. And when I tasted the first lamb biryani, but this time the dub biryani, which is the authentic biryani. And I thank your country for that, for welcoming us here. I say thank you to the whole members of the committee, to the whole ambassadors, excellencies, ambassadors in the UNESCO. We know the responsibility behind this decision, and we will try our best to fulfill all the requirements and all the advices we received here. It's all Africa that really appreciate this decision, not only me, not only Senegal. And I think it's a very important day, an encouragement in the path of developing better relations in a very fair world. So thank you very much. Thank you all, everybody. Those who had some interrogations, maybe restrictions, we thank all. All this is a lesson for the future for us. We are a very small country, but we love to be loved by everybody. So thank you very much. Thank you. We do appreciate a lot what we achieved today. It's not a victory
of not only me, my delegation, but our country. People are following in the medias. People working in the national park, this important national park, which is our pride, are following live, direct the decision, and we want to share our joy, our happiness with all of you. Thank you very much.
Rwanda, I know I've already appreciated you, but we are running short of time. Quickly, Rwanda. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. 20-second promise. I just wanted to congratulate Senegal and to also thank you, Chair, for your kind words. But I think my colleague back in Paris, Ornella Kaze, will be very happy because I'm Joël Buchanan. Thank you, Chair. And congratulations, Senegal.
Thank you. I apologize for making that mistake, that I got confused, but it's the appreciation was then not for Ornella, the appreciation was for you. Thank you. Zambia.
Thank you, Chair. It is with great pride and immense gratitude that I stand here before you today to extend my heartfelt thanks for the momentous decision to remove the Nyakaloba National Park from the World Heritage List in danger. This achievement is a testament to the unwavering commitment and collaborative efforts of the State Party of Senegal, international partners such as African World Heritage Fund, through its capacity building programs with IUCN Dhaka office and all financial partners involved. This support provided by these partners and the steadfast commitment of the State Party has been instrumental in implementing effective conservation measures, in enhancing community engagement and promoting sustainable development in and around the park. Today, as we celebrate this achievement, we also recognize the importance of continued vigilance and cooperation. This journey to protect and preserve Nyakaloba that does not end here. Mr. Chairman, it is a continuous commitment that requires our collective efforts, resources, and expertise. Mr. Chairman, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to the World Heritage Committee and the African World Heritage Fund for the African States Parties for the unwavering support and partnership. Together, we have demonstrated that through collaboration and dedication, we can achieve remarkable outcomes for the benefit of our natural heritage as well as the well-being of our communities. Thank you once again for your steadfast commitment and to conservation and for standing with Senegal in our mission as Africans to protect Nyakaloba National Park. We look forward to continued collaboration and success and in this year to come. Mr. Chairman, would also want to appreciate the wisdom and the great guidance that you have provided throughout this sensitive file. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I submit.
I'll give the last speaker, the state observer state party of Uganda, the floor. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Uganda takes this opportunity to congratulate Senegal for removal of the Nyakaloba National Park on the World Heritage List in danger. This achievement, indeed, it is a testament and unwavering commitment of a collaborative efforts from different stakeholders, communities, and conservationists. Today, Uganda is one of the state parties that achieved this same removal of a site on the World Heritage List in danger, which is Kasuri Tombs. And from that time, I want to inform you, Mr. Chair, that we have seen changes at the site. And we believe that even with Senegal, after this achievement, there will be immense changes. And where we are looking at the species, we believe that the communities will have that effort from this support that they have received. They will be able to put more efforts to ensure that the wildlife is conserved. We want to thank the African delegates and the Africa World Heritage Fund, the World Heritage Center, and all stakeholders for this support to Senegal. We thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Uganda. I'm informed by Mr. Lazar, very proud son of Africa, that there is also Tanzania. So I give the floor to Tanzania.
Chairperson, since it's my first time to take the floor in this session, let me congratulate the government of India for successfully handling the 46th World Heritage Committee meeting. The United Republic of Tanzania would like to congratulate the State Party of Senegal for this achievement made possible by commitment and collaborative efforts of the State Party, international partners such as African World Heritage Fund, and all the financial partners involved. Deepest appreciation should also go to World Heritage Committee and World Heritage Center that demonstrate collaboration and dedication on outcomes for the benefit of our natural heritage and well-being of our communities. As Tanzania, we have the experience of having a site of Kilwa Kisiwani for 10 years in endangered list, and we work very close with Center and Africa World Heritage Fund to remove, and now the site is doing extremely well. I thank you.
Thank you, Tanzania. Now, before we go to the next agenda item, Mr. Lazar Elendo Asomo cannot control himself with his happiness, so I am forced to give him the floor as well.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure you can understand how very pleased the Secretariat and UNESCO as a whole are. As you know, Priority Africa is one of the Director General's priorities, one of the Secretariat's priorities, and of you member states, of course, as friends of Africa. It is thanks to your support, your hard work alongside these countries, to the work of the donor countries who support countries in Africa within the World Heritage Center, and those who worked with Senegal and will go on working with Senegal that has been achieved. The decision with the measures included will help Senegal to go on working, and we will go on supporting Senegal in that work. And I also thank IUCN, which has also worked very hard with Senegal, and can I also thank the member, the State Party, through you, Ambassador Diop, and thank also all the experts who were in attendance to explain all the efforts that Senegal did, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership.
Thank you, Lazar. And this is not just a victory for Senegal. I think it's a victory for all of Africa, and it sends a very positive message. Thank you all. Let us proceed now to the next item. We are going back to 7B, and the Secretariat has suggested we go to Notre Dame Cathedral in Tournai, Belgium. I would now like to give the floor to the distinguished representative of Lebanon to present to the committee the reason it requested to open the state of conservation of Notre Dame Cathedral in Tournai, Belgium. Excellency, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me be brief. The report on this state of conservation submitted by the State Party on the 1st of February 2024 includes a number of projects in the in the historic part of Tournai, in the buffer zone, and more specifically next to the belfry, next to the cathedral, in the immediate vicinity of the cathedral, which includes the serial property C 983 belfries in France, Belgium, and France. We have here the bridge, for instance. The work was started in 2019 and rebuilt. Then the Carré Janssen, which is currently being conducted in the immediate vicinity of the cathedral, despite the World Heritage Centre and ECOMOS's recommendation saying that the impact study was insufficient. And also the Fine Arts Museum, architect Horta, where ECOMOS and the centre also feel that the impact study is insufficient. We consider that these three projects are, in fact, an alteration of the urban fabric of Tournai and could have an impact on the view on the property belfries of Belgium and France. Of course, this is incomparable to the dramatic changes we've seen in urban settings in a number of places across the world, with high-rise buildings being built which are altering the historic urban settings of these places. And we have a number of search items under 7B. This specific property, Our Lady Cathedral in Tournai, is not the same. But we have examples of a number of items that will not be discussed or being submitted for no discussion because of political lobbying. By opening the discussion on the state of the SOC for Tournai Cathedral, we wish to highlight a specific item, including the fact that, contrary to the Rule 172 of the guidelines, we are seeing a number of buildings being built, mainly high-rise buildings, in the protected areas without consulting the centre or the consultative bodies, which are faced with a fait accompli. This practice is particularly dangerous and threat to the credibility of the convention. It is vital for us to restate and remind member states and their states parties that by ratifying the 1972 convention, they acknowledge and admit that sites on their territory are part of a global heritage, and they come under the responsibility of the global international community as a whole. We are no longer talking only about national property, but international property, global property indeed. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite Ms. De San Cristobal and ECOMOS to present their comments. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Notre Dame Cathedral is located in the city of Tournai, very close to the belfry of Tournai, as can be seen on the map. The belfry is a historic bell tower and is, as has been mentioned, a component of the belfries of Belgium and France World Heritage Property. There is a historic relationship between the cathedral and the belfry. The cathedral is the historic seat of religious power, and the belfry was constructed as an emblem of civic power in a spatial and thereby symbolic relationship with the cathedral. The Statement of Outstanding Universal Value for the World Heritage Property Notre Dame Cathedral in Tournai notes specifically, and I quote, that its integrity is also expressed through its location in the urban fabric, a veritable landmark in the center of the urban landscape, as well as through its visual and symbolic relation to the nearby belfry. End quote. As mentioned, the project called Carré Janssen is under construction directly adjacent to the cathedral in its buffer zone, and it is also located in the buffer zone of the belfry. The project entails the conversion of 4 historic buildings and the insertion of a contemporary 4-story structure in the courtyard, topped by a panoramic roof terrace on the 5th. As has been noted, this project has received negative reviews from ECOMOS, but also from the state parties' Royal Commission for Monuments, Sites and Excavations. Additionally, a current proposal for the alteration of the Musée des Beaux-Arts would introduce another vertical element into the urban landscape setting. ECOMOS has also provided guidance on amending this proposal. A final municipal decision on the project execution is planned for 2025. With your permission, Chair, the World Heritage Centre would like to add some brief comments in its response.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the centre just wanted to add that these projects come on top of the destruction and reconstruction of the Pont des Trous, which was undertaken without any prior notification of the World Heritage Centre, as it should have been done under paragraph 172 of the guidelines for the implementation of the convention. The Pont des Trous is outside the buffer zone, but it's part of the broader setting, and it is in the buffer zone of belfries of Belgium and France property. All of these projects represent an erosion of the urban landscape, which makes up the setting of the cathedral and the belfry. And these projects have a cumulative effect, which is what led the Secretariat to ask the State Party to submit for the first time a report on the state of conservation of the cathedral. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments. I see none. I will now invite you to adopt the draft decision 46-7b.5 concerning this property. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. We have not received any amendments for Notre Dame Cathedral in Tournai. Thank you.
Thank you. The draft decision that appears before you is in the original. Are there any objections for its adoption? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 47-7b.5 adopted. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about this property. I see none. Horizontal plate means you do not want to intervene. Vertical plate means you want to intervene.
We don't. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I have not given you the floor.
Oh, sorry.
Because your plate is horizontal. Yes, Belgium, you may take the floor.
I'm just raising my plate, Mr. Chair. Thank you, but to say that we do not wish to take the floor, actually. There was some misunderstandings. Sorry.
Thank you. I see no further requests. Let's proceed then. I now invite we are now going to discuss the property proposed for inscription on the list of World Heritage in Danger, Stonehenge, Avebury and associated sites, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. I now invite Ms. Beta de San Cristobal and ECOMOS to present the reports on the state of conservation of the cultural properties located in this region and opened for discussion. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Since 1994, the state of conservation of this property has been under review by the committee because of the threat posed by the A303 highway and its planned upgrading scheme, including the construction of a tunnel and open cut sections traversing the Stonehenge component of the property. The scheme has been the subject of 5 World Heritage Committee decisions between 2017 and 2023, and 4 advisory missions between 2015 and 2022, which together represent a decade of substantive and sustained dialogue with the state party. In 2021, the committee noted that if the development consent order for the scheme was confirmed by the UK court, property would warrant inscription on the list of World Heritage in Danger. Despite this, the state party reissued a DCO in 2023 for the A303 scheme without incorporating the changes requested by the committee. At its last session, the committee requested the state party to submit a set of corrective measures, including modifications to the scheme, consistent with the committee's decisions and the recommendations of the 2022 advisory mission. The updated State of Conservation report submitted by the State Party on 1st February 2024 includes responses to the latest committee decision and an information report on proposed design developments. These include 3.5 meter wide cantilever sections along each side of the length of the proposed western cutting, and an additional 150 meters wide green bridge. The State Party held meetings with the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies on 11th January and 11th April this year. The third meeting was held on 11th July this year, following the publication of the State of Conservation report. The design developments presented by the State Party only partially mitigate the visual impact of the western end of the property and do not meet the minimum requirement clearly set out in the committee's last decision and in the recommendations of the 2022 advisory mission. On 19 July 2024, the State Party reported on the current court appeal of the DCO decision, which was heard between 15th to 17th July. The Court of Appeal has not yet delivered its judgment. Factual errors identified in the analysis of the published State of Conservation report have been agreed with the State Party. Paragraphs 2 and 3 of the analysis state that the committee requested that the scheme be redesigned to remove 3.5 kilometers cuttings within the property. However, the open cutting at the western end, which is the main focus, has a length of approximately 550 meters. The identified errors in no way affect the conclusion of the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies, nor the draft decision before the committee, since the minimum change requested by the committee was an extension of the underground section of the western end of the tunnel to at least the western boundary of the property. Considering that the A303 scheme, as approved by the DCO and its current remaining form, poses an imminent threat to the property, and if implemented would have a serious and irreversible impact on the outstanding universal value, including its integrity, the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies consider that the property, Stonehenge, Avery, and associated sites meets the criteria for inscription on the list of World Heritage in danger in accordance with paragraph 179 of the operational guidelines.
Thank you, Chair. The World Heritage Committee and the advisory bodies have been consistent over years in the advice provided to the State Party about the proposed A303 scheme through the Stonehenge component of the property. The committee has already accommodated the proposed incursions at the eastern end of the property, but has consistently advised that the proposed tunnel should be continued to at least the property boundary to the west. Multiple committee decisions have advised that a 4-lane highway through part of the property in a cutting cannot be seen to protect its integrity. The current proposals with cantilevers and a second bridge across the proposed western cutting have not addressed fundamental flaws and are not consistent with the committee's decisions. The name Stonehenge applies to both the main henge and to the wider landscape. What must be protected is the entire component of the property, not just one ring of stones, the full ensemble of prehistoric features including barrows, sightlines, and archaeological sites. The main henge is a highly visible and globally recognised monument, and the 2022 advisory mission acknowledged that the proposed tunnel would improve its immediate setting. The current scheme would also irreversibly change the wider ceremonial archaeological area, resulting in a significant negative impact on the outstanding universal value of the property. The serious, permanent impacts arising from the current scheme could and should be avoided by further design changes. It is concerning that, contrary to consistent requests by the committee since 2018, underground cabling work in preparation for the scheme has already started in the vicinity of the property, and the overall construction contract has been let. In its current form, including the new 2024 modifications, the scheme would result in ascertained danger to the outstanding universal value of the property within the meaning of paragraph 179A of the operational guidelines, arising from permanent, irreversible loss of attributes which support its outstanding universal value. the recommendation that the committee inscribe the property on the list of World Heritage in Danger is not made lightly, but has become necessary to provide a framework within which the imminent destructive components of the A303 scheme can be reconsidered and the state party can deploy its utmost resources in accordance with Article 4 of the World Heritage Convention to facilitate the outstanding universal value of the property. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for this presentation. I would like to know whether there are any comments before I give the floor to the rapporteur. I see none. Japan, you have the floor. To be followed by Kenya.
Thank you, Chair. Japanese delegation thanks to the State Party United Kingdom for their long-standing effort for this site. We also thanks to the World Heritage Center and ICOMOS for their continuing hard work. As we all know, this committee has a long history of discussion on this site, more than 20 years, especially on the road issue. There were huge discussions on how to conserve the site, its archaeological value, as well as landscape value. Now, carefully reading the working document, draft decision, it is a kind of, allow me to say, surprise for us. Because after a long history of deliberation, we thought this road issue was in the final phase for settlement, but it is suggested to put it on the list of World Heritage in Danger. So, if you allow me, Chair, we would like to ask the State Party UK about the reason why current proposal was chosen among various options, especially on the West Portal area of the road. I understand we can see the information on the document, but considering its importance, we would like to hear the State Party's voice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Japan, for asking that question to the State Party. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kenya, followed by Jamaica.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would, on the outset, would wish to convey the UK's commitment to finding an appropriate solution compatible with the OUV of the Stonehenge, as was requested at 31 Com 7B 104 in 2007. I want to demonstrate that by indicating the following, that the UK has considered 50 different options for resolving the negative impacts of A303. In addition, the UK has mobilized many experts cutting across the fields of archaeology, history, science, among others, to be invested in this for the last 30 years. Indeed, there are plans to deploy up to 120 archaeologists to the site for 18 months during the duration of the works that are anticipated. I would want to also confirm that they have been in constant communication with the advisory bodies, and a total of 6 missions have been undertaken to date. I would also want to dispute the claim that work has already commenced. The true position is that preliminary preparations are ongoing, but no mobilization or physical work has already commenced. Allow me also to indicate that the UK has committed 1.7 billion pounds to undertake what their experts perceive as the best solution for mitigating this long-standing challenge. I would also want to indicate that the area in dispute, the length of the road in dispute is only 0.7 kilometers. And that small portion is not sufficient, in our considered opinion, to cause any significant impact on the OUV of the very precious Stonehenge. I want to reiterate UK's commitment to find a solution and deploy it, and to seek the permission of this World Heritage Committee to allow the UK to commence the works so that we can be able to conserve and preserve the OUV of the very precious Stonehenge. Thank you very much. I submit.
Thank you. I now give the floor to Jamaica, followed by Italy.
Thank you, Chair. In reviewing the ICOMOS report and dialogue with the state party, Jamaica commends the UK for the work already carried out for the Stonehenge, Avebury, and associated sites. It has been evident over the years that through dialogue with ICOMOS, recommended actions have been implemented by the state party to see the continued preservation of this iconic site. This includes, but are not limited to, revised management and governance for the property, new educational facilities, in consideration of the technical review by ICMOS, and consistent dialogue among stakeholders. In relation to the road scheme being considered for implementation, we do note the recognition of the UK's continued dialogue with the Centre and ICOMOS, as we know that this really is the best way to ensure that there's a best way, or the proposed best action in preserving a site's OUV. The UK has indicated it has tried to find varying solutions to the A303 road network, but that it is unable to fully meet the requests made due to significant financial outlay. They have, however, proposed further considerations that, while not fully addressing the previous decision of the committee, have provided some adjustments towards same. As such, Chair, we believe that further dialogue with the state party of the UK would be beneficial, as there's no issue seen with the upgrading of the A303 road, but with the extension to the western boundary of the property. We are of the view, in light of this, that the property should not be placed on the World Heritage List in danger, but that a middle ground, a place of compromise, be found in relation to the road upgrade. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Italy, followed by Zambia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, and esteemed colleagues. We carefully analyze the state of conservation report and the ICOMOS evaluation of the property. We extend our gratitude to the state party for providing detailed information on the extensive consultations undertaken with a diverse range of stakeholders, including heritage NGOs, local governments, and communities. We acknowledge that the state party's commitment in investing additional funds in the scheme, specifically to address heritage priorities within the boundaries of the World Heritage Site. We are fully aware of the state party's expertise in the field of rescue archaeology and appreciate their major efforts in conducting investigation works that utilize both advanced technologies and competent human resources. These competencies are clearly demonstrated in the project. We trust that the same level of attention towards the conservation of this heritage site will be maintained in the subsequent stages. We strongly encourage constant monitoring to avoid any potential risks. Furthermore, we recommend maintaining a continuous dialogue with the advisory bodies and the World Heritage Center to prevent any further critical issues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I give the floor to Zambia, followed by Qatar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As the state part of Zambia, we would like to appreciate the continuous dialogue that has been going on between the state part and the state part of United Kingdom and the advisory bodies. However, Mr. Chairman, we have got a concern that at the time when the state party of United Kingdom is trying hard to make sure that the impacts are minimized, and we say this, that the impacts are minimized simply because we have a situation where there were 3 roads. The first road was removed. Now we go to the second road. They have dealt with it, and when they are even dealing with the third mitigation measure by even sunkening the visual impact, that's when we are about to decide to put them on an danger list. Because when you look at that road which is being proposed, it is literally taking out the visual impact. The impacts, it is out of the line of sight. So when you talk of visual impact, that would have been submerged. And that being the case, we feel that it will be too much for the committee to decide otherwise. Beyond that, there is also the policy of, the policy document on sustainable development, which UNESCO itself adopted in 2015. And this policy of sustainable development talks about, the protection of, the outstanding universal value, but at the same time, looking into the aspects of, the community benefits. And this road, which is passing through this site, is also contributing to issues of sustainable development. So we should also look at that aspect. Otherwise, the policy of sustainable development will be a document which will be in vain in terms of the implementation of the World Heritage Convention. So from this point of view, the state party of Zambia is very convinced that there is no need to put this site on a list of endangered properties. I submit, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Qatar, followed by St. Vincent.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We observe that the UK government has demonstrated a strong commitment to the conservation and enhancement of this property so far. However, the proposed A303 road improvement scheme has been a point of contention primarily due to concerns about its impact on the site's OUV. We acknowledge the extensive efforts made by the UK state party to address these concerns, including the recent design adjustment which aimed to mitigate the potential adverse effects on the property. The introduction of cantilevered edges and an additional green bridge are commendable steps towards reducing the visual and physical impact of the road scheme. It's important to recognize, Mr. Chair, that the proposed design developments offer enhanced mitigation measures that aim to preserve the integrity of the property. We feel it's a positive stride towards balancing developmental needs with the heritage conservation. Considering the state party's proactive measures and ongoing dialogue with the World Heritage Center and advisory bodies, it reflects a genuine commitment to safeguarding the site's OUV. Therefore, the delegation of Qatar supports the intervention and points made by the distinguished delegations of Kenya and other state parties. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I now give the floor to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, to be followed by the Republic of Korea.
Work of the United Kingdom State Party in their sustained effort towards finding a solution to mitigate the adverse impact of the 8303 highway on the integrity of the Stonehenge heritage site. This situation can be classified as a clash between archaeology and the environment. The state party has submitted a proposed development which should reinstate the natural environment across the entire site once the highway is removed. The assurance is given in the design of the tunnel. The assurance is given the design of the tunnel was generated following extensive invasive and non-invasive investigations and site mapping. Furthermore, archaeological finds should immediately trigger work stoppage. All of this is not without compromise, especially at the western end of the proposed tunnel, where cost, topography, and human interactions dictates its length, route, and location. St. Vincent and the Grenadines is satisfied that the UK State Party has maintained dialogue with the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies throughout this process and will continue to do so. We nevertheless urge the state parties to submit the outstanding documents and designs to the World Heritage Committee before December 31st, 2024. In conclusion, St. Vincent and the Grenadines is of the opinion that placing Stonehenge on the World Heritage List in danger is not warranted at this time. We therefore support the amendment as presented by Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you. May I request Zambia to please make your nameplate horizontal? I give the floor to the Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Republic of Korea understands that Stonehenge showcases the development of architectural culture and that any irreversible change needs to be taken seriously. We take note of the UK's efforts in participatory conservation through cooperation and partnership. We recognize that the state party has deliberated several various options for the protection of the site over the past 30 years. While the new road plan contributes to the protection of Stonehenge, it also raises various concerns. We would like to reiterate our statements from yesterday that the World Heritage Committee and the inscription on the list of World Heritage in danger is not to punish the state parties for their shortcomings, but rather a way to protect World Heritage and mobilize support. Dialogue is the most important means to that end. While both the advisory body and the state party are committed to the protection of Stonehenge, it is unfortunate that they have very different views on the new road. The Republic of Korea calls for the continuation of dialogue between the state party and the advisory body. While the UK and the advisory body are in conversation, we could further wait to make the decision to inscribe the site on the list of danger. The committee can evaluate the progress at the 47th session and request that the due date of the SOC not be delayed from February to December 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Bulgaria, followed by Mexico.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, we understand the concerns of ICOMOS, but can we maybe make the following statements? As has already been said, over the last 30 years, the state party has reviewed some 50 alternatives for the road. All of this as a reaction and response to the recommendations of the committee. We know that the plan now has the support of the National Heritage Centre and of most heritage-related NGOs. This is particularly due to the fact that this option is more favourable as concerns the archaeological structures. The draft or the proposed project is almost identical to the A303, where the archaeological vestiges have already been either studied or moved. As concerns the monument itself and the impact on the attributes, the vibrations related to building and exploration and the noise are the two most significant. All of this has been looked at in a number of reports, and the impact assessment covers these. As concerns the potential impact on the water table, a number of surveys have also been conducted, and on the basis of the identified risks, there will be constant monitoring to enable immediate measures to be taken should any be required. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Mexico.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Such iconic monuments that are greatly covered and well known across the world are always controversial. Think back to what happened a few years ago when we were discussing the building of the high-speed railway in the vicinity of Sagrada Familia in Barcelona. Now, from what we get from what the State party is saying there will be no impact on the structure of the monument, no significant alteration, and no significant impact to the foundations of the monument or on the surrounding landscape. A detailed survey, a detailed environmental impact assessment conducted with conservation experts has been conducted, and for the last 13 years the state party has been implementing the recommendations of the consultative bodies and the World Heritage Centre conducting the relevant consultations. Now, these major infrastructure projects always lead to questions and cause difficulties when they are close to such properties. We agree with the recommendation of Kenya and others, namely that we should give the state party, the United Kingdom, a little more time to go on working on the issue and submit the best possible project to help build this piece of infrastructure with the support, as has been the case up until now, by the centre and consultative bodies. Thank you.
Thank you. Since all the committee state parties have spoken, I see that Ukraine has raised its blade. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. So we see that the state party tries to reduce the consequences of road construction, understand the existing archaeological risks, and conducts the necessary research. These are positive factors for the preservation of the object. In the existing condition, we believe that the object should not be included in the list of the World Heritage in danger. At the same time, it is important that the country to conduct monitoring missions and constant interaction with the competent authorities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to the state party of the UK to respond to the queries posed. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Over 50 options, including surface roads to the north and south of the property, have been thoroughly explored over the years. The scheme has been revised and amended, including the tunnel being lengthened in response to recommendations in order to reach consensus over the vast majority of the design. At the Western Portal, we have fully explored the recommendations for bored tunnel and cut and cover extension, which would have significant impact on the transport infrastructure on the edge outside of the property, meaning these are not considered feasible. We responded to the 45Com request for corrective measures to the adverse visual impact and connectivity by proposing an additional green bridge and cantilevered sides to further hide the view of the road, seeking to find a middle ground. The proposed scheme means the 0.7 kilometres of open road is below the sight line in a cutting and only visible right by the edge of the 25 square kilometre site. It will not in any way be visible to visitors to the Stonehenge Circle 1.4 kilometres away. This cut and partial cover option is the best available to address the adverse impact of the existing road on this iconic site. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite the Secretariat to give its views.
It would be first ICOMOS, if I may.
Thank you, Chair. ICOMOS would like to make a number of clarifications in response to the interventions made by the members of the committee. Firstly, ICOMOS emphasises that this component of the property is not a ring of stones. This component of the property is a large area which includes barrows, archaeological sites, and the interrelationship between them. And so if the committee is to make a well-informed decision, it's important to understand that the proposed A303 infrastructure involves a very substantial cut, not into the setting of the component, but into the component itself. It is not a correct understanding of the project to say that it will have no significant effect on the monument. It involves cutting out part of the monument. ICOMOS is concerned to clarify, in case there was a misunderstanding of the earlier remarks, that it is true that physical work has not commenced within the property. But it is also true that explicitly contrary to the request of the committee at its last session, preparatory works have in fact commenced in the vicinity, and the state party has acted to proceed with the project by letting the construction contract. ICOMOS therefore just wishes to clarify with respect to the intervention of the honourable delegate from Korea that if the matter before the committee were to be deferred for one more year, it is very likely, consequent on decisions of the UK courts, that the physical damage that is of great concern to the advisory body and the Secretariat would in fact have occurred by the time of the 47th session of the committee. And finally, with respect to the intervention from the honourable delegate from St Vincent's and the Grenadines, it's actually not proposed to reinstate, and I think I'm quoting, the natural environment across the entire site. Firstly, this is a largely cultural constructed environment, and it's not some reconstruction of natural areas. And secondly, notwithstanding what's proposed, already we've agreed at the eastern end that there will be a substantial physical intervention and ingress into the property of a 4-lane motorway. And at the western end, there will be in fact 950 metres, not 700, of 4-lane motorway through the property, albeit with 2 bridges of 100 metres and 150 metres respectively. So insofar as the committee is informed by the advice that has been provided, the committee should not have any misunderstanding and should clearly focus on the fact that this proposal involves a substantial, permanent, adverse intervention, and it is the clear technical advice of ICOMOS that it would permanently adversely affect the integrity of the property and therefore its outstanding universal value. Thank you, Chair.
If I may add, just on to reply to the delegations that I'm invited to continue the dialogue between the advisory bodies, the Secretariat and the State Party, which of course both the advisory bodies and the State and the Secretariat always remain available. But it was important to give guidance on what this dialogue would, what the topic of this dialogue would be, because to add on what my colleague from ICOMOS said, that when the next session of the committee starts, works normally should have started pending the decision of the court. The State Party has informed the advisory bodies, has informed the Secretary, has informed the committee. You just heard that this is the best available outcome. So it's important, and in its decision, the committee gives guidance to the Secretary and the advisory bodies what the further consultations that you are inviting, what would be the subject of those further consultations. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's proceed then. I will now invite you to adopt draft decision 46-7B.18 concerning this property. But before doing so, I would like to ask the rapporteur if he has received any amendments.
Monsieur le Président, nous avons
Mr. Chairman, we have indeed received an amendment submitted by Kenya on Stonehenge, Avebury and the associated sites. And it starts on paragraph 2, referring or quoting a number of statutory meetings. And then paragraph 5 notes that the proposed A303 road improvement scheme hereinafter Dashim. Can I incidentally tell the delegate of Lebanon who had mentioned the issue of design and translating it into projet or conception in French. Here we have conception for design because here we have scheme to match projet. Anyway, costed at 1.7 billion sterling. That is to be added in that paragraph, and that, as outlined in the State Party's 2024 State of Conservation report, the design can be refined following the granting of the DCO, and also notes the permission to appeal against that decision was also granted. Then in the next paragraph we have notes. Then the beginning of the paragraph is removed, and then that preparatory work in the vicinity of the property have commenced, and that the State Party submitted a set of corrective measures to the World Heritage Centre by 31st of January 2024 in the State Party's State of Conservation report, and included modifying the scheme to reflect the committee's decision as informed by the recommendations of the 2022 advisory mission to address the adverse impact as set out in the advisory mission's recommendation. Next paragraph takes note that the State Party has considered over 50 different options for the scheme over the last 30 years, with amendments and modifications to respond to the recommendations by the committee, and has the support of the National Heritage Agency and major heritage NGOs. So that would be a new paragraph as proposed. Then, new 8 acknowledges the State Party's commitment, so a commitment and not stated intent. And then at the end of the paragraph, which constitute a set of corrective measures to modify the scheme. Next paragraph, instead of expresses its profound regret, notes that the proposed design developments do not modify the scheme in full accordance with the recommendations of the 2022 advisory mission. And further on, but recognizes that the proposed design development offer enhanced mitigations of the impact on the integrity of the property. Then another new paragraph, new 10, encourages the State Party to continue to explore whether there are any further options to further reduce the adverse impact of the Western Portal. Then next paragraph. In view of its previous requests, instead of reiterates. And then further down, also strike out reiterates and consistent, and add at the end of the paragraph, notes that information provided by the State Party that an extension of the tunnel in cut and cover would not minimize the extent of archaeological resources which must be removed, as the infrastructure required for the cut and cover option would require a greater area of archaeological excavation than the State Party's proposed options. And then the next paragraph, further notes, and removes substantial and remove the second half of the paragraph. Then a new 13, new paragraph added, also notes that the proposed scheme would have a significant positive impact of the OUV of the property, as acknowledged by the 2022 advisory mission, and provide a solution to the acknowledged adverse impacts of the existing A303. Next paragraph, instead of decides, having considered whether to inscribe, and then add at the end of the paragraph, recognizes that the proposed design development offer enhanced mitigation of the impacts on the integrity of the property, and that the impacts of the proposed open 0.7 kilometer cutting at the Western Portal do not constitute sufficient ascertained or potential danger to warrant inclusion on the list of World Heritage in danger. Then strike out 12, that started with requests furthermore, And then a new paragraph notes that the scheme with the proposed design development provides the most feasible solution for the state party to the impact of the A303 on the integrity of the property. Maybe we need to add road in English to make it more readily understandable. Then, final paragraph, finally requests the state party to submit to the World Heritage Centre by 1st December 2025, and then at the 48th session. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go paragraph by paragraph. Para 1. Are there any objections? I see none. Para 2. Are there any observations, objections to para 2? I see none. Para 3 and para 4. Are there any objections? Lebanon, you have the floor.
I'm sorry, Chair. I have another version of Kenya's proposal, which is not the one which is here. It was a previous version. I'm sorry.
Para 3 and 4. Is there any objection? I see none. Para 5. Lebanon, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What does it mean quoted at 1.7 million? We don't care about how much it costs. I mean, what's important is the effect on heritage. Even if it costs 5 million, we are not concerned with this money or how many sterling. Please, we should remove this. We never, in any decision of the committee, we say this costs 2 million, 5 million, 1 million, 2 million. It does not exist. What's important is the effect on heritage. Please, we should.
Thank you. I sense the spirit, and that's the spirit of the World Heritage Convention, that it's not the cost, but the intent. And Lebanon wants it to be deleted. Kenya, can you live with that?
Most obliged.
Okay, Kenya agrees to that. We go on. Yes, Kenya has agreed. And that as outlined. So is there any objection to para 5 as it appears now? I see no objection. Go to para 6. I have seen intervention. The Secretariat requests an intervention for para 6. The Secretariat has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Secretariat and ICOMOS, we are mindful of the views expressed by the members of the committee, but in the interests of the decision being factual and accurate, we would highlight that the 45th session of the committee made some very explicit requirements about decisions about the minimum requirements. And while it is obviously a matter for the committee to accept the design or not, the fact is that the current 2024 design does not deliver the corrective measures that were explicitly stated in the 45th session decision, and the committee may seek to adjust that accordingly. Thank you, Chair.
You have heard the Secretariat say that the latest report does not reflect In principle, the decision taken in the 45th session, and the committee may like to adjust it. Can you help us with a text that with which the secretariat would be comfortable? I know you have given an original which has been cancelled, but now you have chosen to intervene on the amendment. So I can refer to you, or I can refer to the rapporteur, or you can speak to the rapporteur, and the rapporteur can make the correction. Or Lebanon, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that the problem relates to this paragraph that says modifying the scheme to reflect the committee decision as informed by the recommendation of 2022 advisory mission. If you remove just this paragraph, I mean, modifying the scheme to reflect the committee decision, if we just remove, sorry, to reflect the committee's decision as informed by the recommendation of the mission, this will work. I mean, submitted a set of corrective measures to address the adverse impact set out in the advisory mission. Yeah, but it's not. I mean, the problem here is that the state party says that it reflects the committee decision, and the secretariat says it does not reflect. So if we remove this, the state party has presented a report. This report says it's addressing the adverse impact, but we don't know if it's if we just remove this phrase, modify the scheme to reflect committee decision as informed by the recommendation, it will work.
Okay, so you correct. The secretariat, with the Lebanese suggestion, does this appear factually correct?
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I think the last part of the sentence in blue, it's actually repeating a bit of the same because it's, let me go to English, informed by the recommendation of the 2022 advisory mission or to address the adverse impact set out in the advisory mission recommendations seems a bit of the same. So if we delete it in one place, perhaps it would be more consistent to delete it also in the other place.
Okay, so just delete the last part also. Subject to the approval of Kenya after listening to the deliberations. Kenya, is it acceptable to you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. Yeah, just to be grammatically correct, I mean, yes, you have got that right. Mr. Lazar, you want to take the floor?
Yeah. Yes, no, Chairperson, I mean, thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I just want to clarify and then probably to inform all the committee members that what we're trying to do with the draft decisions, as you have been asking us as the Secretariat, is to follow up on your previous decisions. So, and also to provide you with the best recommendations and advice that you want when you're requesting for advisory missions. So we mobilize experts, the best experts, to study with you the situation and provide you the advice, and we bring the reports to the committee and you take some decisions. So in this paragraph, we would like just to avoid that it doesn't read well in the sense that you are contradicting your own decision you have taken last year requesting the state party to halt until the committee has reviewed comprehensive information package. And that's the reason why we had put this. And I think now it reads in a different way, but it's okay. What is important is that it can sound better when it's right. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Are there any objections to para 6, how it appears now? I see none. So go on. Para 7 takes note that the state party has considered over 50 different options for the scheme over the last 30 years, with amendments and modifications to respond to recommendations by the committee, and has support of the National Heritage Agency and major heritage NGOs. I have an inclination of what Lebanon will say, but you have the floor, sir.
I'm, s- I'm sorry, Chair. First of all, we should remove to respond to recommendation by the committee since the committee decision that was taken last year is not respected. And then, I'm sorry, but the support of major heritage NGOs, we know that other major heritage NGOs do not support the project. So let's remove and major heritage NGOs. It has the support of the National Heritage Agency, okay. But major heritage NGOs, some of them are with, some of them are against. Thank you.
Thank you. So now the para takes note that the state party has considered over 50 different options for the scheme over the last 30 years with amendments and modifications and has support of the National Heritage Agency. Kenya, is it okay for you?
The point comes out clearly, so we are happy with that.
Thank you. Are there any further comments on para 7? I see none. We go to para 8. The word stated intention has been replaced by commitment, and the line has been added at the end, which constitute a set of corrective measures to modify the schemes, which means the committee is, as a whole, is authenticating these measures. Would the committee want to be associated with this statement? Lebanon, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, in paragraph 5, we say that the design can be refined. In paragraph 5, we say that permission to appeal was given. So we as a committee say that the proposed adjustments constitute a set of corrective measures to modify the scheme that are in direct response to committee decisions. We can say that it's better, we can say whatever you want, but we cannot. If we say that the design can be refined as it's said in paragraph 5, and if we say that permission to appeal was given, which means that it's open to modification. So it's better not to be so affirmative. Let's be less affirmative. Let's remove which constitute a set of corrective measures to modify the scheme. It will be better.
I yield to the experience of Lebanon. Please remove it, and I go back to my dear friend from Kenya. And is it okay with him?
Most obliged, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. We go to para 9. Notes that the proposed design developments do not modify the scheme in full accordance with the recommendations. Notes, I repeat, notes that the proposed design developments do not modify the scheme in full accordance with the recommendations of the 2022 Advisory Mission and its Decision 45-7B.62. In particular regarding the western end of the Stonehenge components of the property, but recognizes that the proposed design developments offer enhanced mitigation of the impacts on the integrity of the property. Lebanon, you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. President. In paragraph 10, we are saying that we encourage the state party to continue to explore whether there are any further options to further reduce the adverse impact of the western border. So maybe all the, we recognize that the proposed design development in paragraph 9 offer enhanced mitigation of the impacts, and then we say, let's look and explore any further options. I think that we should remove totally paragraph 9 and keep paragraph 10. In that case, things are clearer. In order not to be
Okay, so Lebanon seeks deletion of para 9 in lieu of what's mentioned in para 10. Kenya, please let me know your expert views.
I think for consistency, the honorable delegate from His Excellency from Lebanon is correct. Would have to go with him, with his suggestion.
Thank you. Para 10 encourages the state party to continue to explore whether there are any further options to further reduce the adverse impact of the Western portal. Okay, I guess. Are there any objections to the deletion of para 9? The earlier para 9, I see none. The new para 9 encourages the state party. Are there any objections to this para? I see none. We go to the new para 10. Kenya suggestion in view of its previous request that the state party should not proceed with the 8303 roof upgrade for the section between Amesbury and Berwick Down in its current further modified form, and its previous advice that the minimum change required includes an extension of the underground section of the western approach in tunnel and or cut and cover at least to the western boundary of the property, with the western portal relocated as far to the west as reasonably practical, thereby reducing the length of the cut and cover section and minimizing the extent of archaeological resources which must be removed. Notes the information provided by the state party that an extension of the tunnel in cut and cover would not minimize the extent of archaeological resources which must be removed, as the infrastructure required for the cut and cover option would require a greater area of archaeological excavation than the state party's proposed option. Yes, Lebanon, you have the floor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I think this discussion about the extent of archaeological resources, with it, is it bigger or smaller, etc., all this should be removed. Maybe we say with the western portal relocated as far to the west as reasonably practical, stop there. And we remove all the rest, which is I mean, the extent of archaeological excavation is related to the project that we want in order to best preserve the OUV of the property. Doing archaeological research is not bad. I mean, you can do a lot of archaeological research. You can have a lot of archaeological resources needed, which is okay. I mean, it's not a problem.
Okay, Kenya, I request the editors to please strike out what Lebanon is saying, delete. Please, yes, thank you. Kenya, I would like to know your views.
I'm yet to check if the sentence will still remain intact. If it does, then we are happy with the amendment.
You can read it, it's on the screen. Kenya, is it okay now for you? Can someone check for its grammatical correctness? The rapporteur, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. Could we perhaps suggest that the decision would start with notes, or in light of its previous request that the state party should not proceed, and the initial decision used to start with reiterates and puts notes in view of its previous requests.
Notes in view of its previous requests that the state party should not proceed with the A303 route upgrade for the section between Amesbury and Berwick Down in its current further modified form, comma, and its previous advice that, comma, the minimum change required include an extension of the underground section of the western approach in brackets in tunnel and or cut and cover bracket closed at least to the western boundary of the property, comma, with the western portal relocated as far to the west as reasonably practical. That's it. Kenya?
It reads well, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any objections to this para 10 as it appears? I see none. We go down to para 11. Further notes that the current scheme as modified in January 2024 still retains dual carriageway sections exposed in cuttings, particularly those at the western end of the Stonehenge component of the property. The Secretariat likes to take the floor. You have it.
Sorry, Chairperson, it's on the next paragraph because now the numbering has changed.
So noted. Are there any objections to this new para 11, how it stands on the screen? I see none. Let's proceed to the new para 12. Also notes that the proposed scheme would have a significant positive impact on the OUV of the property as acknowledged by the 2022 advisory mission and provide a solution to the acknowledged adverse impacts of the existing A303 road. The Secretariat, you have the floor, but Lebanon has asked. Lebanon, you have the floor first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say the Secretariat and let's say the draft decision says that the project will have a negative impact. Now we're saying that it will have a positive impact. Let's not take any positions there. I mean, let's leave the discussion open because we said that the project could be better transformed, but we say that the state party can further find other options. Let's not say neither that the project has negative impact or positive impact. Let's remove totally this 12 and then go to the 13 and try to find an agreement on the 13. But let's remove it completely because, I mean, it's in contradiction with a lot of things.
The Secretariat, now that the para has been deleted. Kenya, are you okay with this deletion?
I think it agrees very well with what we've been pursuing so far and opening channels for modifications.
Thank you. Lebanon has been the guiding light in these discussions. I have never had the pleasure to be to your beautiful country, but I know I always love Lebanese food, but Lebanese wisdom is now guiding us. So I'm so impressed by the experience and the guiding light of Lebanon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to invite you to Lebanon.
Thank you so much. This is the beauty of the World Heritage Convention. It not only helps you win and get properties inscribed, but also an international check on it, but also helps you win friends and helps you win hearts of people. And that is so important in today's world. If we can win the hearts of our friends, I think that itself is a great step forward. We go to para 12, Kenya suggestion. Having considered whether to inscribe Stonehenge, Avebury, and associated sites, blah, 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 on the list, okay, recognizes that the proposed design developments offer enhanced mitigation of the impacts on the integrity of the property and that the impacts of the proposed open 0.7 kilometers cutting at the western portal do not constitute sufficient certain or potential danger to warrant inclusion on the list of World Heritage in danger. If I'm not mistaken, I had heard the Secretariat or ECOMOS mention that 0.7 kilometer is 700 meters. It's not 700 meters, but it's 950 meters. If I'm not mistaken, I had heard that. Uh, the Secretariat, could you clarify on this amendment?
Thank you, Chair. The correct answer is 950 metres because that is the length of the cutting. It is true that the cutting does have two bridges, which would in plan form reduce, looking straight down from above, the visible area of the 4-lane highway to 0.7 kilometres. But if the reference is to the cutting, what it should correctly say is 950 metres. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So we are now on para 12. Qatar, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. After having listened to ICOMOS and the explanations, if you allow us, Mr. Chairman, could we ask the state party to clarify ICOMOS' own clarification so that we can better understand the situation and therefore ascertain the reasoning behind this proposal and it would really help us understand ICOMOS's position. Thank you.
Thank you. I would now like, as requested, I would like to give the floor to the state party to answer the specific question. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The clarity is over the word open. So it's 950 meters as ICOMOS stated, but we've included the word open in open cutting. So with the two bridges, there was only 750 open. Sorry, 700 meters of open cutting remaining.
So the word 0.7 kilometers is correct, the UK?
Of open cutting, the original text was correct.
Thank you. So we thank you so much for that suggestion, Qatar. ECOMOS, after listening to the explanation by the state party, they have used the word proposed open cutting. And I think you have also mentioned the same. Now 0.7 kilometers would seem right.
Thank you, Chair. ICOMOS doesn't press the point. ICOMOS was simply answering the technical question. It's not material to the substance of the paragraph. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, but the question was on numeric values, and we wanted specific answers. And I'm thankful to the Ambassador of Qatar for having understood it, and thankful to the State Party of UK to have answered it very specifically. Now the para, how it stands, para 12. Are there any objections to the Kenyan amendment? Lebanon, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, we open the possibility of negotiation and discussion between the state party and the advisory bodies in order to better answer the demands or the proposals of the committee, etc., etc. We are speaking about 700 meters. It's nothing. I mean, it's a small detail if we take into consideration the lengths of the whole site. Maybe let's don't consider neither inscription or non-inscription. maybe let's only say, well, as the state party, in consultation with the World Heritage Center and the advisory body, to prepare state of conservation with the new project for the next committee session. I think this is the better solution we can find. Neither say that, well, we have to inscribe it on the list in danger, nor say, no, we don't inscribe it. Let's leave the things open for the negotiations between now and next year. Mainly that permission to appeal was given, which means that the project will not start before the appeal decision is given. So it will probably be delayed for 2026. So we can at that time see what happens. This is what I would like to.
We are now dealing with the specific text of the para. The specific text. I
just propose to remove completely this paragraph. Paragraph 12, remove it completely, and replace paragraph 12 and modify paragraph 13. Sorry.
We will take one step at a time. Para 12 has been recommended for deletion by Lebanon. Kenya, I would like to know your views. Are you in concurrence with Lebanon?
Please, consistency again. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Kenya. Are there any further objections on the delay? Any objections on the deletion of para 12 as it stands on the screen? Kenya has said for consistency, Kenya agrees to it. Qatar, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Chairman, forgive me for taking the floor yet again. Just after having analyzed and listened with all due respect to all of the explanations from all of the delegations and from ICOMOS, the director, and the states parties, obviously I would prefer to retain para 12 as proposed by Kenya. I do think that this paragraph 12 really does reflect the situation on the ground and in a very effective way reflects the ongoing discussions with the state party and with all of the stakeholders and the members of the secretariat and the advisory bodies. So that would be my proposal if possible. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Qatar, St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with the ambassador of Qatar. We prefer to keep this paragraph, and he explained very well why we should keep it. Thank you.
But Kenya has agreed with Lebanon to have it deleted. Qatar.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Chairman, we're in a committee with a very positive, constructive working atmosphere, and it's you who is spearheading the work of this meeting, and that is why we're asking whether other member states could join a general flow to stick with the original Kenyan proposal.
Thank you. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I echo with the distinguished ambassador of Qatar and St. Vincent Grenadine that I think we need to keep the this paragraph, and because I think we would like to perhaps we would like to hear more clarification from the state party about this issue, the possible impact of the proposed design development. What kind of impact that proposed design development could have on this property? Thank you.
So you want to hear from the state party what kind of impact the proposed design would have on the property.
Yes, indeed. We'd like to hear more further clarification on this point.
Okay, Lebanon, you have raised your plate. You have the floor.
Excusez-moi, Mr.
Yes, forgive me, Mr. Chairman, but if we recognize in this paragraph that the design modifications actually lead to better mitigation of the impacts on the property,
Development offer enhanced mitigation of the impact of the integrity of the property. Why did we ask in paragraph 6, I think, or 5, the state party to further modify the proposal and find better proposals? I mean, there is a contradiction here. Either we remove the other paragraph or we change this paragraph. I mean, there's something, we should be coherent.
We'll go back to the paragraph 5, please, that has been referred to.
I don't know which number it is. It's a blue, it's paragraph in blue, which was proposed by
Can I, the modifications.
yeah.
Takes note, para 7, takes note that the state party has considered over 50 different options.
No, it's not this one. No, it's not this one. It's another one. Yeah, encourage it. Like paragraph 9.
Okay, paragraph 9 encourages the state party to continue to explore whether there are any further options to further reduce the adverse impact of the Western portal. Now, the distinguished representative of Lebanon says that this contradicts this forms the rationale why he proposed to cancel the para 12, if I'm not mistaken. I see India has raised the plate. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was only trying to find a sort of a midway solution to this para 12 that we are stuck at. But now that we are reading para 9 again, perhaps we may have to reframe. But if we could go back to para 12, which we were discussing, this one, I think we would also align ourselves with Qatar, Saint Vincent and the Grenadines, and the Japan, that we keep it, but we partially keep it, in a sense that the first part of it, wherein it says, having considered whether to describe, I think that bit could be deleted, and we could start with recognizes that the proposed design developments offer enhanced mitigation of the impacts, and it can continue. Well, it can continue till the end. But now that we have to read it in conjunction with para 9, I think we would have to study it once again. And I would also want to see what follows thereafter, because it seems quite a few of these paras are interlinked with each other, as the distinguished delegate from the Lebanon has pointed out. So, but we could keep partially and remove the first part of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All these amendments are already present on the blue form that has been emailed by the rapporteur. So I request state parties to open their laptops, log into the system, and access the amendments and scroll up and down whichever paras they wish to choose. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you have the floor.
Yeah, I think that we should keep paragraph 9 as it is, and I would agree with the proposal just coming from India on 12 to remove the beginning of 12. But I think we should keep 9.
Okay. Lebanon, you have the floor. So now para 12, as suggested, would be recognizes. This is because of the para 9, that the proposed design developments offer enhanced mitigation and so and so. Now my question is, Qatar, would you be okay with that?
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
yes, Mr. Chairman, we are happy with that, with India's proposal and that of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Qatar, Japan, would you be okay with it?
Yes.
Q, Kenya, would you be okay with it?
I'm looking at 12 and 9 and proposing that for 12 to stand on 2 feet, 9 should actually go. It's a proposal.
The nine is always standing. Let's not go into the past right now, but I know 12 will stand on its 2 feet because that's why the suggestion has been made by India, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines, Qatar, and Japan supporting it. Uh, it says recognizing that the proposed design developments offer enhanced mitigation. Para 9 was explore further options. Para 12 says recognizing that the proposed design offer enhanced mitigation and they do not constitute sufficient certain or potential danger to warrant inclusion because the intention of the member states right now appears not to have it included in the list of World Heritage in danger. So there has to be some form of a justification. In lieu of that, Kenya, can you live with how it appears now on the screen?
I now understand the connection.
Thank you, Excellency. Rapporteur, would you like to fine tune the language or it's okay?
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chair. No textual modifications, just to say that paragraph 9, which the committee had actually agreed with, was, as you said, was to encourage further further improvements, even though this one was already improved, which does not actually constitute a contradiction. Thank you.
Thank you. So, are there any further objections to para 12? I see none. Let's go to para 13. Kenya has requested a cancellation of that para that refers to the DSOCR. Are there any objections to the deletion of the old para 13 and the new para 13 notes that the scheme with the proposed design developments provides the most feasible solution for the state party to the impact of the A303 road on the integrity of the property? I mean, after all this, do we really require para 13? Lebanon, you have the floor.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. If we say in paragraph 9 that the state party would try to find better solutions, we cannot say here that this is the best solution. So remove also paragraph 13 and we keep the paragraph 14 as amended by Kenya.
All right. Kenya, is it okay with you? We are towards the end of to adopting it and giving my sister, the ambassador of UK, a very happy evening. Are you okay with this, Kenya?
Would have preferred to keep number 13.
Okay, but do you agree with this? We know your
Yes.
preference, but we are reaching towards the end, and is ultimately para 14 what you want? And Lebanon has said that they're okay with it. So are you okay with the deletion request by Lebanon so that we can move on to para 14? It's going to be 7, so I will have to adjourn the meeting for tomorrow. Please let me know, Kenya. Qatar.
Just pour vous confirmer qu'on est perdu.
Can I just confirm that we are completely lost? We are not sure what we're talking about. Are we talking about paragraph 13 that was proposed by Kenya and that has been struck out, or is it the new paragraph 13? Just so we know what we're talking about.
For that question, the old para 13 which was striked out, there is no objection to the Kenyan proposal to strike out, which appears in the red color. The new para 13, which appears in the blue color, Lebanon has said that they want it deleted, but Kenya has said that they would prefer it would remain. So I'm trying to appeal to Kenya that Lebanon has also said that they are okay with para 14, and after going through all the paras to 12, we are on the verge of completion. Hit the hammer, clap, and go. But because of that, now we are stuck at 13 and it's past 7. So I may have to adjourn the meeting and take this item up tomorrow. So is it possible that the Lebanese suggestion for sake of consensus be accepted is my humble request. That's what I'm looking at. The color blue. Do you accept the Lebanese proposal to delete it? Kenya?
The main advantage of keeping number 13 is that it is very properly aligned with 12. That was my thought.
Thank you. India?
Thank you, Chair. I think it is perhaps better to delete this paragraph simply from the point of view that in para 14 we are asking for an updated state of conservation report. So since we are asking for an updated report, which will be discussed in 2026, as we can see it, it allows us an opportunity to go back and see whether that that is the most feasible solution. So perhaps yes, it should be. We would also think can be deleted.
Thank you. Kenya, you have listened to the rationale from a state party. Would you be okay with its deletion after listening to the clarification?
After second consideration, since we have number 9 and number 12, and as explained by India, I think we'll have an opportunity to review how best it has worked, because we have also offered room for modifications to get the best outcome possible.
So, are you in a position to accept the Lebanese suggestion to delete para 13? So,
Yes, Chair.
all right, thank you. Lebanon, you have raised your plate and kept it back again. Okay. Any further objections to para 13? I see none. We go to para 14. Finally, request the state party to submit to the World Heritage Center by 1st December 2025 an updated report on the state of conservation of the property and the implementation of the above for examination by the World Heritage Committee at its 48th session. Are there any objections to this? I see none. Let's go back to the entire paras. Is there any objection to adoption of this decision as a whole? I see none. I therefore declare draft decision 46-7B.18 adopted as amended. Congratulations, UK. Congratulations to everyone else. I would now ask whether any observer state delegation would like to express themselves about this property, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We welcome the committee's decision and we would like to sincerely thank committee members for the time, attention and consideration you have given to this item. In particular, we thank the permanent delegation of the Republic of Kenya for their support in submitting this amendment. We care passionately about the UK's heritage, especially our iconic World Heritage sites. It has been a long and complex process, rightly so, for a project of this size and a site of this importance in order to arrive at the current proposed scheme. The scheme will transform the site, restoring peace and tranquility, bringing back the dark night skies, reconnecting the site and having the stones and landscape the respect and setting that a World Heritage Site deserves. We would like to recognise the extraordinary amount of time and effort from a huge number of people that have contributed to developing this solution, including the World Heritage Committee, World Heritage Centre and advisory bodies. The UK will continue to be committed to open dialogue and a collaborative process with the importance of heritage at its heart. The UK will also continue to engage with the open-ended working group and remains committed to supporting the value and spirit of this important convention. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's proceed then. Dear colleagues, we have now reached the end of our afternoon session. We will resume at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning the examination of the remaining reports under Agenda Item 7A, State of Conservation Reports of Properties listed inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger. Once this is concluded, we will resume the examination of Item 7B. The Secretariat will shortly circulate a revised calendar for their examination. I also remind all Bureau members of our fourth meeting at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow in the Summit Room at Level 2. Thank you. And now I give the floor to the Secretariat to make an announcement.
Thank you, Chairperson. What I wanted to say after such a passionate debate is that we have three side events, and we really apologize because they were planned earlier, but they will start immediately after the closure, the adjournment of this session. The first side event is co-organized by UNESCO, the World Heritage Center, and the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on World Heritage. And this event is also supported by the governments of Australia and Canada, and it is entitled the World Heritage Convention and Demonstration of Free, Prior, and Informed Consent. And it will take place in room MR6 from 7:15. And the second side event is organized by the Category 2 Center Wildlife Institute of India, and it is entitled World Heritage Related C2C under the auspices of UNESCO Prospects and Opportunities. And this side event is taking place in room MR19, also starting from 7:15. 1915. And lastly, the third side event of this late evening is organized by ICROM, the Swiss Federal Office of the Environment, IUCN, ICOMOS, and UNESCO, and it is entitled Better Management of Our World Heritage, How to Use the Enhancing Our Heritage Toolkit uh, 2.0. And this side event is taking place in the AB's space room MR17, also starting immediately at 7:15 p.m. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned till tomorrow. Have a nice evening.